How's it going, folks? I didn't hit the unmute button again, as is the norm. How's it going, My Hero Zero? How's it going, Grow Simeon? Hope you're doing well. I just kicked my desk. I'm sure that came over great over the mic. Great start. How's it going, y'all? It's... I almost said Mecha Monday. Can you blame me? I just like saying Mecha Monday. Soon after lunch? That's nice. What do you got there? What do you got there, My Hero Zero? All I've had today is just a modest banana. You know? Trying to... You know, when you sit down for like 3 to 5 hours, mistakenly 5 hours, let's be honest. When you sit down for like anywhere 3 to 5 hours, I'm like, I don't want anything too much beforehand other than just like a couple nutrients, right? Just something to get the body going. Miso ramen sounds incredible though. Super jealous of that. I ran out of miso. Should get some more. Although I have a lot of other... It's like when it comes to like soup flavorings, right? I gotta introduce this show. This is I Heart Mecha Armored Core 6. I almost forgot the number. Part 5. And boy, we are... I feel like I'm really deep into this game. Of course, this show will be archived on the YouTube. YouTube.com/@RJLee. That's where all the episodes go. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. You're watching on the VOD. Hey, VOD. Why don't you come join us live sometime? We're over here at twitch.tv/RJLee. Of course, give me a follow over here, too. Don't ever miss it when a show goes live. You get a handy little notification and all that fun stuff. As is My Hero Zero's way. Also love saying hi to the VOD as much as I do. Of course, give me a follow over here on twitch.tv. Again, you'll never miss it when a show goes live. If you'd like to help out the show, help me out, support me, pass me a couple bucks, you can always give me a nice little tip or donation at your own whim. That's at the bottom of my little Twitch profile and little handy links down there. Of course, you can always give me a subscription, which huge thank you to anyone who's ever subscribed or given me a tip donation. Goes a long way. Of course, we did meet our current sub goal, so I gotta reset that baby. I'll probably have to change that to 100? Maybe 100? 100 seems... maybe 70. A nice modest 75. Sounds about right. That sounds about right. To a new goal. Maybe 100. Maybe 100. Because, oh dear, we got a double header of bonus streams. I have yet to do any planning for that whatsoever. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Is the goal cumulative? I know how to talk. Is the goal cumulative or monthly? It's cumulative. So it's not like I set a new one every month, because it's not like I'm going to meet the goal every month, right? It's just kind of whenever I get there is when I get there. You know, it's just nice. It's just nice. It also, I adjusted it in a way so it includes like resubscribes, or it's supposed to at least, and stuff like that. So I'm not being like super stingy that it has to be like new subscribers or anything like that. I'm just glad when people give me money on a month-to-month basis. It just feels nice. Or of course, if you prefer not to give Amazon your money or whatever it is, right? I will take a tip and donations goal, which is currently going towards a goal of $700 for a 5-string bass, so I can play some fine people some different kind of music when it comes to those rocksmith streams. But again, those bonus streams for the subscribers, because thank you very much. Got a double header coming up. We're going to play Pac-Man 2. Oh, the worst game. The worst game on our current Super Nintendo rankings list. My Hero Zero asks, did you see that new Mogwai track? I saw you post it. I haven't had a second to check it out yet. I'm guessing Is it very... It's doing like anything new as Mogwai? Or is it just like, oh, that's Mogwai? Like, what were your feelings on the track? I'm curious. As someone who's seemingly much more into Mogwai than I am. Like, I'm aware of Mogwai on probably the same level of as most surface level folks. I like Mogwai. That's good. That's good. That's like, that's always the indicator for me that's like, I'm glad the fans are getting what they want, right? Especially for something that's, I don't know if I call Mogwai institution. It's not quite that level yet. But or like when I think of bands of that era, right? I think of like Mogwai. I think of like Massive Attack. I think of, when I think of institutions in that world, right? I think of like, oh shoot, what's his name? It's gonna bother me. It's gonna bother me. Ugh. It's a UK artist. Explosion Sky, sure. That's definitely a band I've heard the name of a lot. I've never heard a lot of their music. Oh, I don't even know where to start to look it up. I'll look it up another time, or maybe we'll come around to it. Or maybe I'm just conflating with something else. But anyways, long story short, I'm just glad fans are getting what they want out of a band that's been around as long as them, right? Which is good. Which is good. I think I finished all my promo. Yeah. So yeah, 2 bonus streams. More playing to come for that. I will probably stagger this out for 1 week each. I will probably do Pac-Man 2 next Wednesday. So that's tentative. Y'all will hear from me. I will definitely be posting up a fun little graphic and stuff like that. Oh god, I gotta look at Pac-Man's face from that game again. It's just, I don't want to say it's a bummer, but it's like, it's the noises. It's the noises that Pac-Man makes in that game. It's just like, wow! It's like, what if Toad, but Toad wasn't saying words, right? But somehow worse. I don't know. It's been a minute since we've looked at Pac-Man 2. Good request. It's not there though. So can't request that at a time. I definitely ejected a lot of my memory about Pac-Man 2 out the window. Probably, like, it's probably safe that I did so, you know, for my own benefit. In the meantime, let's play a good video game, shall we? Let's play some Hardcore 6. Fires of Rubicon. Okay, why isn't this transitioning? Come on, there you go. That's because I played Sekiro last, and it was like, where's the Sekiro window? And I'm like, not here. Not here. Not today. I already did my 101. It's funny, I call that Sekirology 101. Advanced strategies. It's like, as if I have like multiple classes available to go for that thing. This volume is looking a little low. Let's double check this. Sounds right. I didn't adjust this. Let's take a look at the old mixer. That's on full. Maybe once it gets more explosion-y. Actually, let's just test one really quick. Shall we? Yeah, sure. Let's beat this guy up. I just want to see the levels bounce around a little bit. Getting my Sekiro doctorate. 8 years is a lot of time.
Number 8, rank B. Final evaluation.
Audio level seems okay.
Subject AC. Milk tooth.
It looks okay to me.
Main system.
Like in relative to my voice and stuff like that. It's like once the explosions really start popping off, right? Yeah, okay, it's good. Game's got a lot of dynamics, right? A lot of quiet parts, a lot of loud parts. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, yep. Yep. I should pop this, shouldn't I? Try and finish this guy off. Oh god, of course I missed. Ooh, it's looking a little dicey, friends. I gotta land one more pile bunker for sure. There it is. Oh, what the? That's just bad lock on, but at least I got the shotgun. All right. Okay.
Target destroyed.
Oops, didn't mean to that. That's okay.
rank evaluation. Well done.
I love these missiles. What can I say? These missiles are great. Oh, didn't realize they're from Texas. Feels like post-rock bands are from Scotland. Why are all the post-rock bands from Scotland? I mean, that's where Mogwai's from, right? I know they're. I didn't actually know if they're from Scotland or not. I know they were European, but at least I'm pretty sure they were, right? Absolutely correct me if I'm wrong. Gosh, I'm still. It's bothering me. What's this electronic band that's kind of like? It's gonna bother me. Give me one moment. It's in indie. It's just one guy. Boards of Canada. Yeah, I've heard them. I've definitely heard of them. List of post-rock bands. Tame Impala? Not them. How's it going, Retro Chris? Good to see you. Good to see you. Retro Chris, I looked at your next request for tomorrow's Let's Rank almost every Super Nintendo game. Woo! I'm excited for you, friend. That game looks... I've definitely seen that before, so we'll definitely check that out. No, it's not Godspeed. It's not it's not Swans either. Swans is American, right? Yeah, Swans is from New York City. This is gonna bother me. This is probably not even a post-rock band that I'm thinking of, if I'm being honest. Hey Panthera, how's it going? I'll be listening along as I armor my core. Hell yeah. I love to... I love to armor my erector. I can't even name their songs because I don't listen to them. It's just a band that I know of in circles. My Hero Zero. That's half the problem. So it's like... I have to like literally type post-rock bands into Google and then look at the names it throws at me and be like, is that it? Nope. Is that it? Nope. Is that it? And no one say Radiohead because it's not Radiohead that I'm thinking of. Gosh, who is it? I guess Broken Social Scene is technically a post-rock band. That's not who I'm thinking of, though. Oh my god, there it is. Sigur Rós. Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. Just trying to think of that name forever. I'm just like, what the hell is it? Finally, I saw it. There it is. Sigur Rós. I don't even know if I'm saying their name right. I know it's Icelandic, apparently. I knew it was European. You never would have called them a post-rock band? I always assumed they were like a post-rock band, weren't they? It's like they're kind of like very minimalist in a way, right? It's kind of like, or would you call them more like art rock or ambient stuff, right? I don't know. When I think like, there's definitely like a, in my head, correct me if I'm wrong, again. Oh my god, it's a banana raid. Tricky banana. Banana raid. It's a banana raid, baby. The bananas are here. Everyone hide your bananas. If you're eating them, don't tell Tricky Banana. Tricky Banana, how do you feel about eating bananas? What is the banana as food discourse in the Tricky Banana world? How's it going? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Aussie, first time chatter along with the raid. Aussie, are you from Australia? Banana cruelty. Oh no, I'm sorry, Tricky Banana. I'm sorry, Tricky Banana. I'm sorry. David Stanley Fisher, good to see you again. Good to see you again. Good to see you. Good to see you. Rincano, please correct me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Rincano? Rincano. I wouldn't know any other way to do it. David Stanley Fisher says, "We're bringing the potassium." How am I gonna get that potassium if I can't eat the banana? I have no idea. I have no idea. XDK, how's it going? Good to see you again. Good to see you again. Ozzy's from Colorado. But it just reads like Aussie. Because, yeah, I can't do an Australian accent. Not to save my life. Not to save my life. I also love Sigur Rós. That's cool, Aussie. Yeah, it's like we're just talking about post-rock bands and stuff like that, but new Mogwai track, all that fun stuff. Thanks to My Hero Zero letting me know. Rincano, I'm saying it correctly? Okay, you got it, friend. You got it. You got it. Tricky bananas. Like, okay, to be honest, bananas are pretty damn delicious. Look, I'm not going to say it's cannibalism for you. Okay? Like, you know, like, you can be an omnivore banana, right? So a banana eating another banana, it sounds messed up. I'm not going to lie. But like, you know, a carnivorous banana, I could not imagine. Anyways. I'll talk about TwitchCon. Y'all going to TwitchCon? 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 Are you going to TwitchCon? TwitchCon, I mean. Trick Banana, you're going to TwitchCon? That sounds like a lot of fun, maybe. I also, it's like, TwitchCon seems like a lot of fun. I would love to go to TwitchCon just to like network and stuff like that, but you know, being a small streamer, it's like the people I care about that I'd want to see if I went to like a TwitchCon is like, you know, people like Tricky Banana or, you know, other people's in similar circles that we've been running if anyone else is going. I just want to go hang out. That's real. That's all I love to do, right? Like, I would love to like probably like TwitchCon seems like a lot of fun. Like, I would not mind going to TwitchCon and maybe like, yeah, huge streamer, my 100-ish somewhat followers. I mean, hey, like, small size or whatever, right? Like, I care about the people that are within my community. That's all I care about, right? Yeah, small streamers unite. That's all that matters, right? It's like, I just want to go hang out with the other small streamers and stuff. It'd be nice to like treat it like a, yeah, avoid the ball pit. How's it going, Fong? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's like, I just want to meet the other small streamers, just hang out, talk with cool people that I care about, right? And meet new people that I'd also like to care about. Look at the size of this Gundam. It's big. As it turns out, Gundams are big. Big streamers smell it? Yeah. Yeah, Aussie. Like, I'm not a big con person, personally, you know? But like, when I go to these things, when I've like gone to other kinds of conventions for like my old job and like stuff like that, like, people be smelly, right? Like, I know the people joke out there is like, oh, the nerds, they smell bad. And they do. Half the time they do. But you throw enough people into one big ass room, no matter who they are, right? It's going to be a smelly place, right? Bananas are generally speaking pretty good smelling. I'd like to hope. I can smell Dragon Con from miles away. Look, you can only imagine too, right? Because it's like, you go to Dragon Con, you got a lot of people doing cosplay, which is amazing. Seeing photos coming out of like Dragon Con and stuff like that, all incredible, right? But like the big thing out of that is I could only imagine sweating inside some of those costumes would be extremely uncomfortable. And of course, it's going to be smelly inside that costume as well. So it's like, you know, you gotta bring deodorant or bring something to cover that up. Take a goddamn shower every morning and at night, right? Wash that stank off. Wipe your butt. All that stuff, right? Very important when you go to a con. How's Armored Core? Armored Core's going great. Oh, you played the Souls game? Okay. Ozzy, which Souls games have you played? I'm very curious. Only if you took spaghetti with you into the con. I mean, trick a banana. What's a little spaghetti to go? You know, there's nothing wrong with that. Dark Souls on stream, Elden Ring, and a little bit of others. Okay, that's cool. So I'm not like, I'm a big fan of From Software, but I have a lot of catch up I gotta do. Right? Like the last Dark Souls game I played was like the first Dark Souls, and I played it on like an Xbox 360. I never had a PS4. I didn't even have a PlayStation 3 for the longest time. When Bloodborne is on PC, I'll be there. Yeah, me too. But unfortunately, I'll probably be like 80 years old by the time that happens, if that happens at this rate. I have yet to play Elden Ring. I didn't play Dark Souls 2 or 3. I didn't even play Demon Souls. But I've seen so much of those games just through the culture and via osmosis that it's like, they're games I know I'd love. But Ozzy, the big thing for me is like, I'm a real big Sekiro sicko, as it turns out. PS users go grr. Yeah, it's like, you know, I wish I had a PlayStation 4. I just couldn't afford those systems at the time. Chicken banana, a little spaghetti up your sleeve. Look, I'm never going to judge anyone for that. I'm never going to judge anyone for that. Armored Core, though. Armored Core is great. Sekiro is awesome. I'd probably be better at now that I got decent at pairing. Ozzy, thank you for mentioning this, but I jokingly, in my last episode, did like a Sekiro 101. I call it Sekirology, where I kind of explain a little bit of the ins and outs of some of the mechanics that are really vital to Sekiro, which is mostly just, you know, you jam the parry button, right? Because you could just kind of hit it infinitely, and Sekiro does a little fun dance where he's kind of like holding his sword, waggling it around. And then at most you get you half of the way there, right? But then learning how to do like perfect parries, learning how to manipulate the enemy AI, learning how to yada 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 yada, right? All that fun stuff. It's like, I invite you to check out some of my old episodes. I have them up on VODs on YouTube and stuff like that. But spaghetti is fine. What are you talking about, Tricky Banana? Look, I need to play this video game. Let's play some Armored Core 6, shall we? Let me remember where I left off. Got my build. I got a big old shotgun, which I'm not going to use going to the missions because I need to take care of smaller guys. So let's take the burst rifle. Let's keep this big spike around. We got a bunch of missiles on our back. Pretty standard stuff. Look, here's the other thing about pasta, okay? Gosh, this is just going to turn a food stream. Dang it. I didn't even get started yet, and I already have an intermission happening that I'm going to cut. Look. Okay, Armored Core, I need you to shut up for a moment. How come every time Chicken Banana shows up, it's food stream time? Every time. Guaranteed, right? Guaranteed. Let me go to this window really quick. One moment. Oh, how convenient. All right. So here's the thing about pasta, right? I went on a bit of some of the folks here may know from the If You're Driving, Close Your Eyes Discord, a wonderful comedy podcast. Go check them out. Give them a quick shout out. Or VGBs, another fine Discord community from a video game writing website. A lot of those folks know I went on a bit of a journey with pasta in recent years. I'll say over the course of last year. And a lot of it is just me trying to relearn how to make Italian pasta. Not like actual pasta making. I'm still using dried pasta like everyone else, blah, blah, blah. But relearning personally. Because again, like I enjoy the culinary arts, okay? But I felt a need to reassess my classic Italian pasta making technique, right? After seeing so many people really, really take them in, a lot of different wild ways. And also like the pasta I grew up with, also as a Chinese person, I will note, right? Didn't have an Italian family or anything like this, obviously. But like, I grew up with a lot of what you would call Sunday sauce. Okay, Sunday sauce, a very traditional concept for a lot of Italian American households, right? Which is you make a big old batch of sauce, right? You keep it in the fridge, whether it's marinara or not, or ragu if you prefer, where it has like actual meat product in it and blah, 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 right? Keeping that in the fridge. And you just pull it out any day of the week whenever you need it. Throw it on top of some, newly cooked pasta or even on top of rice, whatever you want. That's what I did growing up because, hey, ate a lot of rice growing up. Because, of course, I did. Look at the color of my skin. The noodle, a distant cousin of the pasta. Yeah, food unite the world or divide it. Hey, look, Italians will get very mad at me for some of the ways I made pasta. So like a lot of pasta that I had growing up, as is typical of the Chinese way, we just throw whatever the hell we want into it, right? Like we never had, like the way you'd make like a stir fry would be almost the same way we'd make like an Italian quote unquote pasta dish, where you just throw anything into a ragu. You want some ground pork? Sure. You want ground beef? Okay. Want to use a little bit of lamb? Sure. You want to use beans? Okay. You want to use chickpeas? Sure. Almost like making chili. It's except like minus the chili powder, right? Which is not great, but delicious. I don't care, right? Well, I just recently learned how to make rice. Are you using it like a rice cooker, Ozzy, or are you using a are you just trying to do it on the stove, right? Chicken banana, I know. So maybe this will help you out, okay? Talking about this will help you out. Trying to get some fundamentals going, right? Which are important, I find. So a lot of fundamentals that I learned over the course of this year. Pot and top. Okay, so Ozzy, here's the thing. It's just going to be about making rice first. So let's stop talking about pasta for just a moment. I feel that a rice cooker is absolutely the best way to make rice. Okay. You can cook it on a stovetop as well. There's some joy in the manual process of it, but there are so many variables to making rice, which I know some folks that I've talked to in the past from the previous communities that I mentioned will have similar struggles, right? So I'm a big fan of the rice cooker. And as much as I am absolutely not a fan of single-use appliances, okay, a rice cooker is maybe one of the absolute essentials. Not just because I'm Chinese and because I eat a lot of rice, but it's because of the way it does moisture control, right? It's like there are things that a rice cooker does to do moisture control, which is the absolute most important part of making rice. And with a consistency as well, is something that purely like a stovetop process cannot manage, right? And yeah, a rice cooker can do more. We'll talk about that too. But like a rice cooker will, generally speaking, make sure your rice is done exactly to spec. It's like removing variables, right? Like that's the whole thing with a lot of cooking technique, especially for me as someone who, you know, came from some professional kitchens and stuff like that, like in some of my work history. Like it's about creating systems of which you're removing wild variables to create the same dish with consistency and expedience, right? Because you want to send it out, right? You gotta expedite. It's like when you make a dish, it's gotta be the same goddamn thing every single time, right? Not saying you can't experiment, blah, blah, blah. That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting is being able to like create a single result and reproduce it every single time. And also maybe even do it in bulk, right? So you can save time down the road, or being able to do other things with it, right? And a rice cooker is almost guaranteed the best way to do it. It's just a matter of how much water you put in, how much rice you put in, and you're done. Obviously, yes, I think you should wash your rice and blah, 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 depending on the kind of rice you use, right? If you're using like enriched rice, that usually comes, you know, with like vitamin enriched rice and stuff like that, then yeah, that stuff doesn't generally need to be washed. I get it. If you're buying it out of like any other traditional bags of rice, absolutely please wash your rice at least 2 or 3 times, right? Till the water's not as cloudy anymore. But I find that very important. Anyways, long story short, with a rice cooker, you can also, you can do slow cooking with it. You can make congee, you can make stews, you can infuse the rice with different things. A little bit of chicken, a little chicken bouillon powder in the rice that you cook it with, right? Incredible. Oh yeah. Porridge is essentially congee, right? Like Chinese rice congee is essentially porridge, right? You could do grits in a rice cooker, right? Makes some amazing grains. You could even make oatmeal in a rice cooker if you want it. It's just essentially a slow cooker, but but a rice cooker is not as pressurized as a rice cooker and not meant to get as hot. Or sorry, rice cooker gets much hotter than a slow cooker. Yeah, crack an egg in there. Why not? Right? Put in a little like Chinese sausage in there, right? Any kind of oh hell yeah. Loving it. Thank you for the stretch. I should also take a drink. Yeah, a rice cooker can afford you more things to it than a typical slow cooker can do, and like it's more multi-purpose, so it's not as single use as many would say. Also, I'm just totally on this. Whatever. It's like, and also like a rice cooker, I can guarantee you the cheapest rice cooker is still going to be okay. As long as it's clean, right? As long as it functions, right? You're okay. You don't need to spend like hundreds of dollars on like a Zojirushi, as nice as they are, as much as I like having a ringtone beep at me as soon as my rice is done and blah, 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 right? I've been using the same rice cooker that I got from my sister that she owned since she lived in like a little old apartment in like college. And it's Marwin, you're absolutely right. I'm just gonna go full cam. I'll come back to the YouTube thing. It's like I've been using the same rice cooker for my sister for like almost 20 years, and she got it from like a grocery store brand, right? Like a Canadian like chain brand that just kind of comes with their own thing. So you can get one on Amazon for like less than $30-$40 and it'll be just fine, right? Especially if it's only for like 1 or 2 people, right? Yeah, you spend a little extra money, you may have extra features, but all of them will always have a timer feature, and all of them will all make rice at the bare minimum, right? Bonuses would include things like, hey, making sure that like the rice pot inside is like non-stick, right? To make your life easier to clean it, and also for like just, general use, right? And like all of them will have like a little button, like a little electronic timer thing on it, and then like a button like to warm the food, to either warm the rice or to cook the rice, right? And that's it. There's not even like an on and off switch, because you just unplug it, right? When you plug it in, it usually is almost like, at least mine does, and a lot of other rice cookers I've used, you just plug it in, it's automatically just sets thing to like, hey, you want to like make this warm, or what, right? And then you just hit a button and it cooks. And then if there's a timer, just say like, hey, it's like, it's not even usually a clock timer. It's just like, hey, how long from now do you want this to turn on and start cooking, right? And it always takes about, like 15-20 minutes, and then boom, you have like perfectly made rice, as long as you control how much water you put in, which is the trick to using it. And that's it. You're done. And then, yeah, you can put any kind of cured meat in there, all that stuff we talk about. Like, it's good stuff. Easy cooking appliances are underrated. Many people are discouraged from cooking because of extra. Yes, that's why things like, the air fryer is so popular, right? That's why what's the other one? The Instapot also, right? Instapot is just a rebranded pressure cooker and miniaturized, right? It's like pressure cooker sounds super scary as well. So someone calling it Instapot, like it's just marketing, but it's also like, it's a very handy device, right? And like, I think that's awesome. Like, I think air fryers are incredible for that purpose as well, right? It's also like hopefully easier to clean, and it's like depending on how much space you have, right? Like, I don't have a ton of space in my kitchen per se, but I have enough space where like I can have 2 of my favorite single-use appliances on it, right? A rice cooker and a coffee grinder. That's it, and I'm good. Anything else I can like store in like a cabinet or something like that. That said, it's like, as much as I appreciate the attempts to make rice on a stovetop, I think for years and years, as dyed-in-the-wool Chinese person, like, my family never made stovetop rice, ever, right? We always just use a rice cooker because it's just so much better. And here's the other thing too. It's like when you're hungry, right? Yeah, like rice takes a bit to make. It takes at least 20 minutes ish, right? 15, 20, depending how much rice you're making. I always like to make enough rice where it's like I use 3 cups of rice, 3 cups of rice is basically like, actual rice cup, it's like an actual cup, like measurement wise. 3 cups of rice, that's at least 2 to maybe sometimes 3 servings, right? So you're making enough rice so that you don't just have to make it today. I have enough for like tomorrow, blah, blah. You just microwave it and you're good to go. Or make fried rice with it, whatever you want, right? So like, it's nice to start the rice super early, right? Make that the first thing you do when you're prepping for dinner. And then while that's going, after you just hit the cook button, just go make your actual rest of your dinner, right? Whether that's like a stir fry or like, grilling something, or, sauteing some vegetables, or prepping a salad, or reheating something else, right? It's so simple. You can just, yeah. Like, it's nice to just be able to like hit a button on one thing, let it go, and then just do something else, right? It just saves you time. Whereas like making rice on a cooktop, on a stove or whatever have you, right? you got to babysit it, right? You can't just let it go. You have to like check in on it constantly. You got to like sometimes stir it. Sometimes you have to like watch how much moisture is still in there. You got to test the rice. That takes time, right? I'm not saying you can't do it. You know, people do it very successfully. Absolutely. But I can just go beep and then do something else and then spend all my energy on that, which is just way easier. And all you got to do is once you're done this, scoop your rice and you're good to go, right? A lot of times I cooked rice on the hob and it absolutely took so long at the end. Yeah, Fong. And that's, again, aside from the fact that I mentioned that, you know, like you're paying attention to this rice, trying to babysit it to get it just right. And then on top of that, you're trying to cook something else because you're not just eating the rice, right? Generally speaking, you can. I have. You know, nice bowl of steamed rice, just sprinkle on some furikake, you're good to go. Right? Fry up an egg, throw it on top, you're good to go. But what if I also just, you know, prep my rice, wash it, put the water in, put it in the rice cooker, hit the start button, and then I don't know, watch streamers or hang out on YouTube for like a couple 10 minutes, and then when that thing's done, fry up an egg and I'm good to go, right? It just saves you a lot of energy and time. And consistency, as I mentioned. Boy, I could talk a lot more about rice. Very clearly. Don't even get me started on how to fry rice and this whole Uncle Roger stuff about like what is good, right, fried rice. All that, blah, blah, blah. I have many opinions another time. But pasta, Tricky Banana. Pasta. Let's talk about pasta, shall we? I think there's a lot of fundamentals to pasta. Do I have a cooking channel? I should. Ozzy. I thought about it. Burmick has brought it up a couple times in my chat. I don't know if they're here, but that's fine. Burmick has brought it up. I'm just like, cooking stream when, or bartending stream when, you know, cocktail making stream when. I thought a lot about this. I just need a laptop. I need a laptop. Once I have a laptop, I can actually bring my streaming setup into my kitchen. I would just take this Logitech camera, you know, plug into my laptop, and then I have like a camera arm for it. I would just like clip it to the end of my countertop, and I would just go for it, right? I would. Everyone knows that the master hates pasta. Tricky Banana, tell me what's wrong with pasta? You know, one could say it's like, oh, but everyone loves pasta, right? And sorry, I'll be very specific. I'm assuming you also mean, when you say pasta, you mean like a spaghetti. You mean a fettuccine. You mean capellini. You mean an angel hair pasta. You mean, you know, why am I taking out this accent? I shouldn't be doing that. I'm assuming you don't mean like a... Am I being Italophobic? No, because I'm talking about how much I love pasta. Gorosimian. Trigman says, I was never a fan of pasta. That I went to Italy, where they served me pasta in the hotel 3 times a day. When I came back, they were like, okay, I have enough pasta till the end of my life. So yeah, you overate it. Absolutely understandable. Absolutely understandable. Then nothing I will say can fix that. It's not that I'm seeking to fix you or something like that. Don't take it that way, please. What I'm saying is just like, yeah, sometimes you overdo it. I absolutely understand. Was it... Tell me this. So like, even like, did that hotel, like the first couple plates of pasta you ate, was it even good? Or was it like bad? But like, here's our thing. Can you... The smell of spaghetti always made me nauseous. Yeah, I understand. It was mediocre at best. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Drinking Banana. That feels like something that, like, if I went on a nice trip to Italy, that feels like it should have been a highlight, not the downfall of it. You know? That's too bad. So tell me this, Drinking Banana. Did that also impact your ability to eat things like a a Japanese udon, or like a Chinese lo mein, or like chow fun, right? Of course, I'm very much anglicizing my accent on this, right? Oh, udon is fantastic. Doesn't count as pasta though. Okay, so it's mostly Italian style pasta, right? Because yeah, like there's obviously similarities, right? But like, I can understand if like you've been turned off from like a ragu or a marinara even for like a very long time because of this. But yeah, it's like something like a carbonara, right? Like flat noodles, glass noodles, right? Okay, so like more Asian style noodles, or like, I mean, like almost every culture has like a flat noodle of some kind, right? But a pasta with sauce, run. When you talk about pasta with sauce, do you mean like a tomato based sauce? Like, yeah, does a carbonara still feel like ugh to you, or like a pasta all'olio, which is just like olive oil, right? Yeah, big no thank you. Yeah, that tracks. Like a bolognese, even like a bolognese is delicious, but I could definitely see like if you just ate that every single day, like, actually no, I think I could eat a bolognese almost pretty goddamn often. How about the pizza? Says Ozzy. I mean, pizza's great. Don't get me started on pizza. Here's the thing I'll say, trick a banana. In that case, if some of these pastas are not your jam, right? Maybe to consider. Maybe to consider that could possibly. I'm not saying will. I'm not saying it will. Possibly reignite your love for pasta. Hopefully, someday. Hopefully. I wish this for you. Not just because I like pasta, but because I think learning how a pasta dish comes together is incredible for learning how to finish a lot of other dishes outside of pasta, even, right? Oh, pineapple opinions. I think pineapple pizza is perfectly fine. I think anyone who's a hater, like, if you don't like it, that's fine. I don't care. But if you like hate it because it's like somehow like it's not pizza anymore if you put pineapple on the pizza, I'd be like, okay, you need to stop gatekeeping first and foremost, right? And you need to stop telling people what makes for real pizza, blah, blah, blah. Which, let me tell you about Italian pasta. People will say a lot of the pasta that I ate growing up is not real Italian pasta. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. It's not Italian pasta, but it's still pasta, right? Much like the New York slice, right, is not Italy's traditional margherita, right? It's not a margherita pizza. It's New York's pizza, right? The pasta I ate growing up is my pasta, right? Can't change that. Does it taste good or bad? I mean, that's subjective. It tastes good to me, so I'm going to keep making it. And if that means putting pineapples on my pizza, that means I'm going to put some goddamn pineapple on my pizza. And also some jalapenos and hot peppers. A little pepperoni. I would prefer some pepperoni. It's good stuff, right? Yeah, Americans went full out. That's, as is the way. But with pasta making, let's look at this really quick, shall we? Let me bring it up. So when I decided to go on my pasta journey, okay, I very much decided to try to relearn how to make what are called the classic 4 Roman pastas. Okay? Yes, Fonk. It's the spicy and sweet, right? Spicy, sweet, savory, all in one, right? Spicy with the jalapenos, or use hot, some typical pickled hot peppers will do you just fine as well. No shame there. Pineapple with the sweet, and then your nice little pepperonis just to give you some of that savory, right? Yeah, that's the good stuff. With the 4 Roman pastas, I pretty much learned how to make it from this guy. Let me come back to the web browser. Okay. This is not another cooking show. I think a very good YouTube channel, obviously very popular, 1.22 million subscribers. They've been around for a while, right? Roman pastas basically come down to these 4 things, and if you know how to make these 4 pastas, you have learned how to make just about any goddamn pasta you want, right? I'm sure Tricky Banana's looking at this going like, ugh. Which, just stick with me, Tricky Banana, please. Let's start with the cacio pepe, okay? Actually, wait, sorry. Let's not start with that one. I'm going to jump the gun and go to this video, which I love. Also, I got to turn the jazz music on. Hold on. Let's look at this really quick.
Now, if you think you've tried all of Rome's pastas, think again. Let me introduce you to pasta alla Zozzona, the secret Roman pasta that combines cacio e pepe, carbonara, amatriciana, and ara grisha into one incredibly mind-blowing.
This probably sounds completely foreign to you, which is fine.
To filthy, but it can also be translated into something that's full of everything and is hard to describe. And it's insanely out of control delicious. So let's just jump right into it. Now, for the uninitiated, those who may not know what the 4 Roman pastas are, let me quickly walk you through it. And I was going to use a Venn diagram to do this, but I found Venn diagrams don't work. But on the internet, there was a great illustration that sort of shows.
Here are the 4 Roman pastas. You have cacio e pepe, which is this one here, which is literally just cheese and pepper. Notably, nothing else. Literally nothing else. It's cheese and pepper. If you're to be more exact, your choices on cheese will matter here, right? You have pasta alla grisha, which is this middle one here, okay? Which is literally if you took a cacio e pepe and added guanciale to it. Guanciale is just pig cheeks. Just a slice of cheek, a fatty cheek. That's it. Yes, you can absolutely swap this with other kind of meats. Italians are going to get super mad at me for this. Oh, Trick Banana, it's not mac and cheese because mac and cheese. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, so it's just a pork cheek, right? Not pork cheek, pork jowl. I apologize. I got that wrong at the gate. Guanciale is the pork jowl. So it's like the little fatty neck part of a pig, right? Which pigs got a lot of good stuff down there, right? Long story short, you can substitute this. As much as the Italians will get mad at me for it, will you still be able to call it pasta alla grisha? Maybe not. Okay, if they want to be super hyper specific about it. But if you want to use some bacon, that's fine. If you want to use literally, you can use ground pork for this even, and you will get a result. I'm not going to call it pasta alla grisha in the traditional sense, but if what I'm getting at here is that if you're adding a fatty pork product or any meat, whatever you're using, to make a pasta alla grisha or grisha-like. Grisha-like's not like Souls-like. Hold on. You're adding one more technique to it. That's it. At the base, you are always making cacio e pepe, okay? Adding one more step to it, which is adding in the meat, you have pasta alla grisha. And then for these other 2 pastas, it's literally 2 different techniques, 2 different extra techniques on top of pasta alla grisha. Pasta amatriciana, which is basically just add tomatoes, or pasta carbonara, which is add egg yolks instead of tomatoes. That's it. If you can do any of these 4 things, which all include one layering of a new technique on top of another, you have the 4 classic Roman pastas. And by using these techniques here, you use this as a base to make literally any pasta you want, right? And it's like how far down this chain of pastas you go is entirely up to you. And the reason this video that he's making is called Why I'm Fully Obsessed with Rome's Secret Pasta, that's incorporating all 4 of these techniques into one, including the tomato and the egg yolks, which makes a pasta zozzona, right? Zozzona? I think it's right. I think that's what he called it, right?
The secret Roman pasta that combines cacio e pepe, carbonara, amatriciana, and ara grisha into one incredibly mind-blowing dish. Zozzona translates to filthy.
Yeah. So like the idea is you're just using a combination of all these techniques. And if you can do that, you can literally make anything you want. And Trigger Banana, why I'm bringing this up for you is because it's really about expanding what you can do with pasta to make it not taste the goddamn same thing every single time you make it, right? And it's about like how you want it to taste to, again, incorporate a level of fundamentals to your cooking to say like, hey, if I want it to taste like this, I just know I need to do this step. If I want it to make it taste a little bit like this other thing, I know to do this instead, right? And that's how you end up building your palate, right? And that's also how you understandably start to build preference as well, rather than just saying like, all spaghetti tastes the same, which it absolutely can, right? Also, when I say spaghetti, a lot of people think it's tomato sauce, right? It's a tomato sauce. It's like an amatriciana, except whether or not it has meat in it, whether it will have beans in it, whether it'll have, you know, olives in it, whether it'll have all these other things, will make other different types of pasta to really change up the way that it's built and the way it tastes in the end, right? Trick Banana also asks, so if I add cheese and pepper, skip the cheek, and add egg yolk, is that illegal? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. There will be things you may have to change, but it's like, notice how it's like, nothing in here says olive oil, right? I know it's like when people think like Italian food, it's like, you got to think, where's the olive oil, right? There is no olive oil at any process of making these 4 Roman pastas. At that point, all you're doing is adding fat, right? What is guanciale? It's mostly just for the fat. So it's like, instead of using an olive oil to add your pasta to obviously get it, nice and savory like, you're just using olive oil instead. So instead of using guanciale, yeah, you can absolutely make olive oil, which we'll get to another dish. So hold that thought. Burmick says, finish the pasta in the sauce. Wish I learned that sooner. Yes, we'll get there. Let's back out of this. I just wanted that graphic. Let's see how they make cacio e pepe to start, shall we? 6 minutes. If you know how to make this is a great start. Looks good so far, right? It's just pepper and cheese and noodles. Do you have to use these kind of noodles? No. Should you? I mean, you could.
Today we're making one of the most requested dishes that I get. A classic Roman Italian dish. It's simple as hell. It's a little bit tricky to do, but if you can do this, this opens the door to lots of different famous pastas. So let's nail cacio pepe. Let's do it right, and let's learn the real way to do it before you kind of mess with it and take it in your own direction.
One thing I will note, okay? Don't fall for these qualifiers. I know he uses them, right? this is an SEO thing. It's just how to title your YouTube videos. Real quote unquote cacio pepe does not have a single origin of how to make it. Okay. There's lots of different ways to do this, right? There is nothing to be gained by saying, oh, that's how the Romans did it. No. It just matters how you get it in the end. That's it.
But we're going to learn the proper technique today. It's mainly two things. Cacio e pepe. What's cacio? In this case, pecorino romano is what they use.
This is important. This cheese, pecorino romano, it's actually incredibly important to this process. Okay. You could use parm, freshly grated parm, right? Don't use the stuff that you buy that's like, you know, not refrigerated. That dry stuff that you buy that's already pre-grated, but you'll probably get to that.
Traditionally in cacio pepe. Pecorino is a sheep's milk cheese. Like its name suggests, Pecorino Romano was famous in Rome until about the mid-1800s, when a lot of Roman laws banned certain cheese making. So it moved production to Sardinia, where 90% of it is currently produced out of. It sort of tastes a little nutty, salty. It just has a little bit more zing
salty
than a Parmesan. This is the thing I use in my meatballs. It adds that extra flavor that I think Parmesan might lack.
Trick Banana, did you notice how much saltier it was than Parmesan? Like, Parmesan is actually quite mild in comparison, right? Like, what you're really getting out of the pecorino is umami, right? Like, umami is what's key to this whole dish, right? It's like the same umami you get when you like eat bacon, or when you eat, you know, like why can't I think of it? My God. Like Japanese seaweed stuff, right? You get the same umami feeling when you have Taco Bell, when you eat Doritos, right? You get that nice like, ooh, like, right? It's like pecorino is what is adding it to this dish. If using Parmesan, you get a little bit of it, just not as much. But that's also why it's like with Parmesan, it's also not as salty. And so that's also why you don't get as much umami out of it, because you need some of that salt content to really boost that heightened flavor sense, which boosts the nuttiness of the cheese, right? This is why pecorino is important to this dish. Not to say you can't use Parmesan. You can absolutely use Parmesan. You just might need to add some salt. That's all. That's all.
And what you want is a super fine grate
hyper
of it. You can
umami
throw
in
this
the
in the
end,
blender. You could use a box grater. I'm going to just use one of these sides, the ones where like the holes punch outward, and you'll get a super fine grate like that. And we're just going to need like a cup or two of it. You could use Parmesan if you don't have this, but pecorino is the way to go in my opinion. The way we're going to make the sauce is we're just going to put some pasta water in here, and that's going to sort of create this like little pecorino romano bomb that we throw in the pasta while it's cooking in the pasta water with peppercorns.
You don't have to do it this way either. There's other ways.
These peppercorns. These are telecherry peppers.
This is how I do it.
A lot of people might make this and not pay too much attention to the peppercorns, but if you're using those pre-ground bottles of peppercorn, you might as well just not make this recipe. You want these whole quality peppercorns. What makes a telecherry peppercorn is essentially it's its size. They're just bigger. But what that does is it makes them a little less spicy than a smaller one, and it has more flavor and aroma because there's just kind of more size and space inside for more of that good stuff to be growing in.
It's surface area. So yes, you can get really fancy peppercorns. Okay. I agree with this guy. Don't get me wrong. If you only have like black pepper that's been pre-ground and it's in a, you know, a little container, you can still do this dish. Okay. You can. You absolutely can. Ozzy, it's all good. I'm going to follow you back if you're streaming as well. Hold on. Absolutely super nice. Oh, you're right. I should start. It's very nice meeting you. I would absolutely love to drop in on your stream someday. Thank you so much for dropping by as part of Drink Bananas Raid. Shoutouts your way. What was I saying? Right. I was saying, so like black pepper, it's important. You can still just do this with any ground black pepper. Will it taste as good? No. But if it's what you have, that's fine. It'll do the job. right? The big thing that he's talking about is that you can get peppercorns. Obviously, like, you know, a lot of people have pepper grinders, their own at home and stuff. It does make a big difference. Don't get me wrong. It's like it's like the difference between, like, you know, grinding your own coffee versus, you know, buying pre-ground coffee. There is a difference, but having one or the other, no judgment is what I'm saying, right? You work with what you have. What he's saying with these specific black peppercorns that he has that he likes is that because they're bigger, right? It means there's more surface area for these peppercorns. When you crush them, not only do you get more pepper out of it, but it's that when he takes it to the pan later on, okay, you'll get more surface area to like really give it a lot of like toastiness to it. It's that stench. Thanks, Tricky Banana. I think the other thing too is like with larger peppercorns, obviously you, depending on what your pepper grinder is like, you can get more variation in the size of the ground, right? I like to do a very loose grind. That way you get like a little bit of fine pieces, a little bit of big pieces. And while that sounds like, oh, it's going to make things inconsistent, it does. But it's like they turn to like when your dish is as simple as literally just pasta, peppercorns, and cheese, that variation is what's going to create texture, right? Not texture in terms of like mouth feel, but that the different ground size will create different pockets of variability as well in pepperiness, right? And that's what's going to make this dish more exciting in the end, because it's contrast, right? It's like you have little moments of like, okay, yeah, this is really mild, and then little bits of, ooh, that's got some kick, and then so forth, right? The cheese will, generally speaking, be what's consistent within the dish, right? But it's really the peppercorns that can do that as well to really heighten the dish. Is it hyper necessary? No, but it does make it better. It does, right?
So we like these telecherry. You can get crazy. You can get pink peppercorns. You can really elevate this dish just by the pepper that you use. But you want to make sure you have a good quality peppercorn.
And again, like I said, when the dish is as simple as this, it's what you notice, right? There's nothing else to distract you, right? It's just pepper cheese noodles.
You want to keep them whole. We're going to toast these, and that's going to create a lot of flavor. It's going to wake them up. Then we're going to put them into our pepper mill, and that's what we're going to use to make this dish. You get your favorite brand of spaghetti. They have a lot of different sizes of spaghetti. So some are thinner, some are thicker. You might want to go for the thicker one. I've just got some regular spaghetti, and that's what I'm going to cook. I'm not going to put oil. Contrary to popular belief, there's no butter, there's no cream. This is all you're going to need to make this pasta what it is. It's just how you put it together that's going to make it beautiful. And just in case I need it, I've got my mouth cam, just so I can show you a different perspective. So I'm just going to throw this in. I'm going to cook the pasta water. I'm going to toast these guys, throw them into my pepper mill, grind them back into the pan, throw some of that pasta water while it's cooking in with this guy, and we want to reduce that starchy pasta water and concentrate it. And then we're going to throw the pasta in when it's about 50% cooked. We're going to continue to add pasta water to the pot and cook it down and reduce it. And then we're going to take some pasta water, throw it into that bowl with the pecorino, create like a paste that we're then going to throw into the pasta and pull it all together. We're going to toss it. We're going to emulsify that pasta water with the cheese. And
it's fine. We'll go through these steps later. One thing he skipped when he was talking about the pasta that I would like to note. So he's holding these very yellow, I don't know, could be the color grading, right? There is difference to pasta quality. I think a lot of people typically buy the cheaper pasta, which is fine. Pasta is meant to be cheap. It should be cheap. It's not saying you can't get nice pasta, right? But because, again, this dish is so simple, right? Because this dish is so simple, having nicer ingredients will matter more. As I said, you know, whether it means using pecorino instead of Parmesan, which I will note that pecorino or Parmesan should not be grated or should not be pre-grated, right? That will make a difference as well. Not saying you can't do it, but it will make a difference. Having nicer peppercorns, sure, but like it's probably actually the one aspect that you can spend the least amount of money on, if I'm being quite honest, and get an okay result. Half decent pasta will have a difference, and you immediately knows it by its color. Yes, the Checo is actually pretty okay, Burmick. It's a little bit, you know, you pay a few extra dollars for it for sure, right? Rather than like a Primo or whatever store brand, right? Barilla is okay, but it's like, here's how, you want to know how to tell between good quality pasta versus not high quality pasta? Look how yellow it is, okay? If your pasta looks this yellow, obviously, again, like I said, the color grading on this video could be completely different or something like that. The more deeper yellow it is, a lot of people think it's like, oh, that must mean it has a lot of eggs in it. It's like, no, that's actually not true, right? It does have egg in it, don't get me wrong, but they all have the same amount of egg in it. The deeper yellow your pasta is, it means the longer it's been roasted for. And the reason, so like, here's the other thing too. People will call this raw pasta, right? Technically speaking, this is not raw pasta. It's uncooked pasta, but it's not raw pasta, okay? Raw pasta would mean it's like I actually freshly like hand pressed it or rolled it, and it's like still dough, right? This is not dough. This is dough that's gone through essentially a roasting or dehydrating process, right? They're super yellow egg yolks. Yeah, possibly. If you look at like fresh yellow oh my god, Trigger Banana, it's like neon yellow, right? But the idea here is that the more yellow it is, it means it spent more time in the drying process in an oven. And it's like a big industrial size oven, of course, right? Some people call this raw pasta. Yeah, I'm just making sure the distinction's out there, right? Because technically this is cooked. It's just been dehydrated, right? And dehydrated so much so that obviously they can ship it, right? And then all you got to do is just boil it and you're good to go, right? Roots, thanks for Simeon. The key thing here is the longer that when the pasta was made fresh, right? The longer it's been spent in a dehydrating process or an oven or roasting process, essentially. Because it's just like, you know, they just blast it with heat. The longer it's done that, the more of the starch gets pulled off of the pasta, right? Those starches, because like there's still like when you look at pasta, can I type this in? Here we go. Yeah, that's great. That's great. When you zoom into pasta real close, it looks something like this, right? This is obviously very yellow, right? But like, see the little like white dots on stuff on it? That's basically leftover like starch, right? This leftover starch is what's going to literally make your pasta water like pasta water, right? And by that, I mean having your ability to have a sauce that's like more goopy, so it actually like comes together. It's not like super watery, right? So like the reason why a half decent pasta will generally come together real nice and be real velvety and smooth is because of this starch. Are there ways around it if you don't have that? Absolutely. We'll get around to that. But the more you roast it off, the less white this is. Or sorry, the less starch that there will be on it, and the pasta will be less yellow if it's spent less time in that dehydrating process. It should look more like that's still pretty yellow. If I'm being honest. Here we go. It's like, look at some of this pasta. Look at the contrast in there, right? Like, look at the difference between this stuff up here that's like almost like blanched white versus this stuff down here. Also, you know, can't really see it, but you can kind of, right? Like, look how you can see all the little granules, right? Of how white this is compared to this, right? Which almost looks translucent in a way. Armored Core. God, armor. My Hero Zero, you're the best title maker for my videos. I swear to God. I swear to God. Pasta just wants to be cool as bananas. Yeah. Where was I? Right. So the reason why you're paying those couple extra bucks is essentially to get more starch on your pasta, which in turn will make your sauce a lot more velvety in the end. If we look at this pasta he's using, like, you can get around this, okay? He still makes, of course, a very fine looking cacio e pepe by the end. If you use nice pasta that's whiter in color like this, I guarantee you your pasta will come together much easier in the end. So the funny thing is that, like, you know, I buy stuff like this. I buy the extremely yellow pasta. Don't get me wrong. Right? But it just means my margin for error for making the pasta exactly how I want it in the end with its sauce is much harder to do and requires a higher degree of skill and technique. Whereas using a pasta that's more like this, that's much more whiter, it's like way easier and like less steps even involved, right? So that's why making something as simple as cacio e pepe, which is again just noodles, black pepper, and cheese. A lot of people struggle with it. It's because they're buying pasta that's too goddamn overcooked and doesn't have enough starch in it to do pasta water stuff with it, right? A lot of food, you look at a lot of food YouTubes when they talk about pasta, they will go off the rails about the pasta water, right? Saying how necessary it is. And while I say, yes, it can be, that's also a farce in itself because they're not teaching you how to use ways to get around it to make sure your sauce comes together correctly, or how to do your cheese right. Okay? So keep this in mind. I'm being so mean to pasta. I'm not being mean to pasta. I'm trying to be nice to pasta. I say all pasta can be delicious. It's just you have to know what you bought and then know how to cook that pasta that you got. Because if you're buying this pasta, your process, while similar, you're making me feel sorry. I'm sorry, Tricky Banana. But yeah, it's like if you're buying this nice pasta, your steps will be much different than if you're using this cheaper pasta, which even if it is cheaper, does not make it lower quality, technically speaking. Okay? It's like, it just means you have to do something else to it. Is using this stuff nice? Of course it is. But again. Hey, Panther, I know. We'll get around to it. Hopefully I'm not losing everyone with this stuff. Let's finish.
Thicker one, I've just got the water, throw it into that. We're going to toss the water. You need to get into it.
Okay, here we go. Salt your pasta water. That's all you gotta do. Not only are you salting your pasta water means you're also salting your sauce in the end. Because again, you're using your pasta water in the end. or oh, I see. Okay. Panthera. Hey, Panthera, now that you've done your full workout, would you like to learn about making pasta? What better way to carbo load after your workout than learning how to make a fine cacio e pepe? This is why I don't have an armored core. It's me making pasta. Oh, Trick Banana, it's literally like 95% of the technique. Okay, so I'm just slow this down a little bit. Essentially all he did, right? Boiled the pasta. Obviously salted the crap out of it, right? So your pasta water is now boiled. Your pasta in there is boiling. Obviously, everyone's heard the term maybe like al dente, right? You basically want to cook the pasta, at least with the technique he's using here. You want to undercook it slightly, right? Take a bite into it. If it's crunchy on the inside, but soft on the outside, you're basically good to go. Because you're going to keep cooking the pasta after this in the pan, right? With the pepper and the cheese and blah, blah, blah. So just worthy of note. Adding water in here, reduce it a little bit, you know. He's going way too quick this. I need to slow it down. What he did here, so he's got the bowl of his grated parm, or grated pecorino, right? Just add a ladle of pasta water in there. How much? It's a little hard to say. Okay. This video is maybe a little trick for that, but essentially, you're making a paste, right? As long as it's not watery, you're good to go, right? You can tell by the consistency of this, it looks like it's super thick, right? All you're doing is just melting down the cheese a little bit. Pasta's al dente. Added the pan with pepper water, right? And now he's finishing the cook on it, right? Shake it up, toss it up. And again, when he's saying it's like, okay, now the pasta is actually like al dente and it's actually like not cooked all the way through, but ready to go. Add in your cheese. And remember, it's worthy to know, even though he's saying like, hey, there's pasta water, remember, that pasta water's got a hell of a lot of that pasta gluten. That's Tricky Banana's calling it. There's all that stuff that's like, you know, going to help this bind together with the cheese, right? Keep it nice and thick. Yeah, and he's not the cleanest chef. I'll put it this way. But hey, you look at a professional kitchen, look, I do this in a wok. Let's put it this way, okay? And boom, there you go. Put a little more black pepper on top. You got cacio e pepe. That's it.
That's absolutely delicious. Really delicious. I could have afforded to add more pasta water before I plated. After sitting and cooling down with the photo shoot, which takes a few minutes, it tightens up and it's not as creamy, which you can see right here. But you're not gonna make a photo shoot, so if you can nail the creaminess in the pan, you're likely gonna nail it in the plate as well. Just don't do photo shoots like I do. But using those whole peppercorns, toasting them really brings out this aroma and this flavor mixed with that pecorino cheese. That is what makes a cacio pepe so delicious. I mean, how bad could it be? You're gonna have delicious cacio pepe.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. I took a long time to explain that, but it's like, you know, the key to all this is essentially just like, it's just how you manage your pasta water. I wish he explained that a little bit better. This video might have not been great for him. Maybe the Kenji one is a little bit better. Which, of course, the Kenji being the most fussiest of them all. Where is it?
Hey everyone, this is Kenji.
Tricky Banana, note how he calls this Roman mac and cheese, which, let's get to that really quick, shall we?
Lopez-Alta, I'm here at home. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And
let's go to where he does the emulsification process. Is it about here?
I want to let it burn, so I'm going to shut it off. And let's see, I guess I can grate a little. No, I'm not even going to grate a little cheese because we're just going to grate it straight into the pot. This is a super, super simple dish. Not much else to do other than stand here and wait. Maybe I'll cut until the pasta's done. All right, I'm going to cut the video now and I will come back. I promise it'll only be like a 2-minute cut, okay? Cut. Okay, we're back. That was probably like a 2-minute cut. Here you go. All right, so at this point, our pasta
easy Kenji with that.
Basically done. What you're looking for is a little bit less than al dente, which means it's still gonna have like a little bit of raw pasta flavor in the very center. You don't want it, definitely don't want it to be mushy. So the pasta's gonna cook a little bit more in the other pan. What I'm gonna do is I'm taking some butter, adding it here. Butter's not a traditional part of this dish, so don't mistake that.
But who cares?
I like the way it, I like the richness it adds. It also makes it a little easier to emulsify the sauce.
There you go.
So the key here is you don't need to drain your pasta at all. In fact, it's better not to drain it because what happens is the pasta water, which has starch in it,
Here you go.
That's what's going to sort of thicken up and emulsify the sauce and make it so that the
Also, whenever he says emulsify, I think a lot of people get scared of that term. It just means thicken. Okay, that's all it means. It just means thicken. It does also mean, you know, like, two things coming together, whatever it is, you know, whether it's like thickening it or like bringing the flavors together, yada yada yada. It's just, you know, oils and solids coming together, right? That's all it means.
cheese, first of all, doesn't clump up.
Make things nice and creamy.
But it also kind of makes the sauce nice and creamy. So add a little bit of extra pasta water to it. All right, now what I'm going to do is a little bit more pasta water. And take my cheese.
Okay.
Spread it in there. Now, if you weren't to use pasta water, let's say you would just use plain water.
Here we go.
What would end up happening is that your cheese would kind of clump. The proteins would clump together. And what we're really looking for is a nice creamy sauce. Emulsification, that's what we're looking for. Some toasted pepper and some fresh pepper. A little bit of fresh olive oil too.
That's not even standard, but he does it anyways, and it's fine.
And we want this to kind of vigorously...
I would note he turned the heat down there, okay? Generally speaking, for this process, I don't know if maybe I skipped over or something like that, but like, you don't want to work on a high heat for this. It's like just a nice, gentle, low heat, as like before you even put your cheese in. The reason I say that is because you can overcook that cheese when you talk about getting lumpy and stuff like that, right? Even if you had a really nice pasta, had perfect pasta water, blah, 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 blah. It's like going too high of a heat will basically work that cheese. It'll keep that cheese from being able to emulsify or thicken and soften out like evenly, right? So you can always add more heat like through the process if you find it's not coming together. But if you just immediately blast it with heat and just go cheese and water and blah, 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 it's actually going to like cook that cheese way too fast and won't give it a chance to like soften together, right? So I'm going to let this finish, but as soon as it's over, let's come back to it.
Cook for just a minute, just until the pasta's done. Spoon. And with pasta like this, if it ever starts to dry out, or if you ever see the sauce breaking, I don't know if you can see that. Wait, let me get my... Yeah, you can probably see that. But if the sauce ever breaks so it looks like kind of oily, that's an indication that you need a little bit more pasta water. And that's the case with pasta sauces or with any kind of pan sauce. Like let's say you're making a pan sauce for your chicken. You want to make sure that it stays nice and creamy and emulsified. A little bit more pasta water. All right, I think it's been about, how long has it been in the pan? A couple minutes?
Spoon just fell right in that hot water.
Bowl to serve this in.
Of course, he's doing it
See how nice
fancy way.
and creamy that sauce is? That's really what you're looking for. Oop. This pasta is a little too stiff to do with the little fork method, so I'm just going to dump it in.
There you go. Do it like a real human would, Kenji. Thank you. Don't have to get too fancy.
What else do we need? A little more fresh cracked black pepper.
A little extra cheese as well. Won't ever hurt.
A little extra.
There you go.
Extra cheese on the top.
Good to go.
And that is cacio e pepe, classic Roman pasta dish. If you
Notice
want
how
to do this in front of your
immediately
Italian
that cheese you
friends,
threw on top just
use more
melted.
water and don't use butter. But I like
Look, there's like no trace of that cheese he just threw on top, right? Because it's so goddamn hot. So here's the thing. He actually showed off an incredibly advanced technique here, right? This went by so quick. I'm sure everyone watching is probably like, I don't really even understand what he did other than he poured a bunch of water in there with the cheese and just mixed it up a lot. And if you want to say at the core, that's kind of what he did. There's a lot of things he didn't really explain. Kenji, I would have expected better, although this video is 4 years old. So long story short, what I'm going to get at here is being able to identify how your sauce is breaking, understanding why emulsification either didn't happen or is happening, or even just like no one is telling you exactly what it looks like, right? So like what you really, because everyone only shows off what the cheese, what that dish looks like when it looks good, right? So like Italian pasta cheese breaking. Let's see what we can find here. So like this all looks good. Look how nice and creamy all this stuff looks. Broken. Didn't emulsify. There we go. You can always rely on Reddit. Here's a sauce that clearly did not emulsify, right? Like, look how clumpy that cheese got. See how the water is all in the bottom and it didn't turn into sauce, essentially, right? Because what's supposed to happen is all this cheese that this person has here was supposed to melt into this water, right? So why didn't it melt in? Why didn't it emulsify? Or why didn't it properly thicken? This pasta looks fine, right? This, again, could just be the photo or something like that. This pasta is not ultra yellow or something like that. So they could have possibly used a nice pasta. So what happened, right? What happened here is they either did this at a way too high heat or they added the cheese just like when the pasta was way too hot, right? Grossimian is that's actually not entirely true. You can always, that's the funny thing about like with the water. Sorry, I'm going to caveat that a little bit. Just give me a moment. Let me explain. You can always let more water evaporate, right? That's why you always had the pasta water on hand. You can always add more. So this person, yes, very clearly they couldn't get their sauce to emulsify and for that cheese to melt properly. Right, the cheese melted without the starch, right? So it's either their water didn't have enough starch in it, or they could have added a little bit of cornstarch just to get it to come together a little bit better, right? So that's possible. But again, these are advanced techniques that I'll get to in just a second. But this could have been entirely avoided if they started from a colder pasta, right? So if they started from, it's like that moment when Kenji was just like obviously shoveling bunch of water into, like, you could see that sauce. It was like bubbling at the bottom of his pan and stuff like that, right? It's like, that's actually super not user friendly. Obviously, Kenji is an incredible chef, right? He can pull it off because Kenji is Kenji, right? As are most professional chefs, if they know what they're doing. For folks at home, y'all remember, I think most of you were around for it. You remember when I did that video with the, or Tricky Banana, the last time you rated, and we did that video on, with Lucas making those soft scrambled eggs, right? Remember that? Those soft scrambled egg techniques can be used also for this. So what I like to do, the process that I prefer, because it's much, much simpler, much more gentler, takes a little more time. But if I'm learning how to get it right, this is a great place to start. And then you can start to ramp things up from there. What I do is at the stage of which Kenji was here.
In fact, it's better not.
Right? He put the pasta in. This is fine, right? This is probably still running at what, like medium heat? It sizzled as soon as it went in. That pan is clearly hot, right? Medium is too high even for me. But, sorry, I need to back this up. So I don't know how cooked Kenji's pasta is at that point, right? If he's adding in this pasta now into a fairly hot pan, that means that pasta is going to cook the entire time he goes through this process of adding more water, adding the cheese, mixing it all up. He added in that olive oil, you name it, right? Granted, yes, that butter and the oil is going to help him out a lot here, right? But again, like that last guy from Not Another Cook Show, he didn't use any of that stuff, right? That's because by the time he added his pasta into this pan before he started mixing, he knew exactly how cooked his pasta was and how long it should sit in there for the end result not to be overcooked, right? Because I don't know if y'all ever had overcooked pasta. It's kind of gross, right? It's like ultra floppy and it's not great. I wonder why people used to say to use a huge pot to boil pasta. It's just surface. It's just surface area burn, Nick. That's all it is. It's like, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. It's like any pot will do. You can use a saucepan, like if you're making a single serving like this, right? Where was that? Right. So what I like to do here, okay, when Kenji added his pasta to the pan, I turn the heat all the way off. Okay. So like for this pan here, I turn the heat all the way off or to very low. Mind you, when you turn to very low, you got to wait for that temperature to drop, right? So I turn it all the way down and then I give it a minute. Okay. So my peppers and stuff, they're already been bloomed at a high heat, right? And the water and like the pasta water, it's starting to cool down. I'm turning the heat off, almost off, or like extremely low. My pasta, I bring it to basically perfectly al dente. And by that, I mean, it's like, it's not all the way cooked through, but it's like 5% away from being perfectly how I want it, right? So the inside, it's not like perfectly stiff, but I can feel it just about to get to rubbery status. There's still like the tiniest amount of snap in my pasta when I add it in. Because I'm adding it to what's going to be essentially a much colder pan, right? Then I know I don't need to cook the pasta that much anymore. I'd let almost the residual heat of it do it, much like those silky eggs or those scrambled eggs that Lucas Sin was making, right? By doing that, I don't have to worry about the pasta texture anymore. All I can worry about is the cheese coming together, which is actually the hardest part. Okay. By also turning that heat off, right, and letting the temperature come all the way down before I add it, I can stop this from happening. Because this doesn't happen unless your pan is way too hot, like ripping hot. It's going to be a confluence of a couple factors. One, pan is too hot, or pan doesn't have enough starches in it, either from the pasta water, right? Or it doesn't have some of the extra things like the butter or the olive oil that Kenji used to help bring that stuff together, right? All those things will help it get creamy and emulsify. But tricky man, it's funny that you say that, right? It's like my pan is always too hot or too cold. There's no in between. Too hot is it's like you can't do anything about that, right? To remove heat off it, all you can do is turn off the heat and wait, right? Too cold, you can always turn the heat up and add to it. It's like when you put salt in, right? You can't take the salt out after you've dropped it all into your dish. The only way to get around that is by adding more of the dish ingredients so it can make use of all that salt you just added, right? That's why I like to start from a colder pan from where Kenji is now, because then I can add a little more heat if I need it, if it doesn't seem like it's coming together fast enough for me. But over time, it's like after you melt that cheese and got it to this point, that's game over. That cheese is done. You can't reuse that, right? It's like there are ways to save it, but this is too far gone. I would start over again if it was me, or I just eat this because who cares, right? When you're here though, so Kenji obviously does a lot of mixing, blah, 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 grates in the cheese. I pre-grate my cheese just because I'm usually making a larger batch. He's only making enough for one, right? So something that Kenji should have done maybe instead, pre-grate into a bowl, right? Just have it nearby, right? And then from there, add in the cheese slowly. The reason I say slowly is to avoid this. If you add in your cheese all at once, okay? You add in the cheese all at once, you're adding like a cold ingredient to, if I was using Kenji's method, an extremely hot pan. That like, you ever see when you, it's like when you have like, you add cold water to like a hot pan and it like sizzles, right? You're basically doing that to your cheese. It's because the cheese gets shocked and it's like, it's too much temperature difference at once, right? So it's like what you do is you try to like get things to closer to the same temperature before you add them together. Either that or by just adding less of it at a time, right? So at this point, I sprinkle in a little bit of cheese, do a little bit of mixing, sprinkle in some more cheese, do a little more mixing, and just keep sprinkling my cheese. And again, my pan is not even, the heat is not even on, right? And then at that point, you just keep mixing. And by the end, I guarantee you, you'll have a wonderful
If you weren't
pasta
to use pasta water, let's say
so you can absolutely achieve something like this in the exact same result if you literally go from a cold pan. If you find it's like, hey, why is it not coming together even as I'm adding more cheese in this water? Then turn the heat up. But don't turn it up to full, right? Just turn it up to like a low or something and you're good to go. I guarantee you. There's other YouTube videos out there that have explained this technique that I'm explaining. That I learned it. I think I learned my technique specifically on Carla Lally Music, who used to be of Bon Appetit. And she used the method that I explained. I probably should just went to her video. But Trick Banana saying, or you could buy shredded cheese. So the reason why so like I also buy shredded cheese. I'm also lactose intolerant, but whatever. I deal with it, right? The reason why shredded cheese doesn't work for this dish is because pecorino cheese, specifically, or Parmesan, like, as soon as it's already been shredded, the way it decays loses a lot of the aroma that's on it, right? No matter how much you seal it up and stuff like that. It's because of the surface area, right? It's like, imagine like a steak, right? You don't buy like a pre-shredded steak. I mean, you can. Don't get me wrong. But its doneness might also vary in terms of its freshness as well, right? Cheese is very similar in a way, right? Where it's like shredding it at the moment, not at the moment, but it's like at least a little bit before you actually start using it, maintains that aroma and like the freshness around it. Make sure that goes into your dish and hasn't escaped and evaporated into the air, essentially, right? But you can buy, I will note, you can buy shredded pecorino from deli counters. So if you actually go to like a really nice deli or a place that has cheeses or whatever have you, right? They will grate that cheese for you on the spot. So like, absolutely do that too if you're going to like use it that day or the next day or two or so, right? You can go there, they'll grate it for you, make sure it's the perfect consistency that you need, right? If you don't have a grater at home or whatever have you, right? And like, I just use a microplane. It does the job for me. I don't own a box grater, although I kind of wish I did. It is a little bit different, but a microplane does the trick for me. And yeah, it's effort. I get it. I totally get it. But again, that's why I'm kind of like saying, it's like, if you have store-bought or different ingredients, it's a matter of knowing how to adjust for them. The technique I'm explaining in terms of like starting from cold, being able to understand what pasta water does, being able to understand how emulsification works, stuff like that. That's going to help you understand how to use things like store-bought pre-shredded cheese. It's going to teach you how to use things like pasta that is not hyper expensive, super white looking, starchy, whatever, like pasta like this, right? Teaching you how to use pasta like this and still create incredible dishes by the end. It's like these kind of fundamentals is going to be like what helps you become a better cook. And hopefully, no judgment on this either, right? Hopefully by the end of it, just something you can derive more joy out of, right? Which is what I get a lot of kick out of, right? That's why I enjoy this whole process and being fussy with it, because it's for me, right? It's not gonna be for everyone, and that's fine too. So My Hero Zero also says, I didn't like using a box rare. I like the one Kenji is using. Oh, yeah, like this big guy here. Yeah. I also enjoy this too. It's like also, the box rares are good because you have different fineness, coarseness options around the end and stuff. Hand grater is just a little bit easier because you can like hold it over a bowl after it's been finished. But for like doing like a large block of cheese, like that I'm going to use for say,
so add a little bit of extra
for this step here, right? When Kenji is putting cheese over top for this process, right? Like I'm going to be using a whole lot of cheese and I don't want to be worrying about how much cheese I got to grate as my pasta is still cooking, right? I want that stuff ready to go. So I just got to sprinkle it in, right? It's already a lot of pressure to do this process here for some people. So yeah, I would definitely pre-shred on the side. If I'm pre-shredding on the side and I'm doing a large amount, I'd rather have a boxer just because it's just, you can do more at a time, right? Anyways, that was a lot. Thank you for going on this journey with me. There's also obviously all the stuff with the guanciale I didn't get to, right? This is just cacio e pepe, which is wild that this looks or seems complicated, but it's really not. I'd highly recommend a lot of people just try to do it at least once. How's it going, Del Focus? You seem to always join at the end of me going on these food journeys with people. Trigger says, my dog Kenji is a huge fan of cheese. Yeah, dogs and cheese. They love it. They love it. But yeah, I would love to go over how to make pasta alla Grisha. I'll just dive into this really quick. Let's just go. So that's a big old piece of fatty pork, right? So all he's doing, he's chopping it up, right? Smaller bits is good, not too small. But the idea is you're not using any other fat, right? So all you're doing is taking that pork, putting it in a pan, putting it on low heat. You're basically just letting all the pork fat come out of it. After you do that, take the pork out of the pan because you don't want to keep frying it, but keep all the tasty pork juice that's left over in your pan, right? And then you make the rest of the cacio e pepe.
Grate some fresh ground black pepper in there, sort of bloom it in that fat. Then we can add some pasta water, get it back on the heat, and then we're gonna get that
exact
pasta
same thing he did, right?
The pan and finish cooking it. It's really al dente at this stage. But finishing it in the pasta water in the pan is gonna absorb that flavor, and it's also gonna allow us to control when it's perfectly done. So we'll just add pasta water as needed, just to keep that sauce nice and creamy.
It's the exact same thing, right?
If it gets a little dry, I'll add a little bit more pasta water. Once a beautifully creamy sauce.
Now cheese in.
Now grab a handful of the cheese,
oh,
sprinkle
God,
it on,
being so fancy with it.
Toss
it's not getting it anywhere close in the pan.
Remember, we are trying to emulsify all of these ingredients into a sauce like a vinaigrette. So you have to be sort of aggressive with how you shake it up. If you do it right, it should come together into a sauce almost immediately. If it doesn't, add a little bit of the pasta water and just kind of manage it until you get it to the right consistency. Knowing that it will thicken up as it cools. So you want the consistency to be a little loose.
And then go up if you need it.
A little bit, so I just add a little bit more pasta water. Now it's nice and creamy. I can add the pancetta back into the pan.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, when he says kind of manage it, it's like, it's all the stuff I mentioned, right? Kind of manage means like, hey, turn the heat down, add pasta water slowly, right? And keep mixing. That's all it means.
And then ready to plate.
And there you go. Could have used a little more black pepper, in my opinion. But you know, the guanciale or meat, you could use ground pork for this. You absolutely can. Or bacon. It'll still work. Will it be called pasta alla gricia? Maybe not necessarily, but you can still do it. Could use the plate. Well, you know.
See this creaminess? And this has been sitting out for about 10 or 15 minutes. So you see how it comes together? I really like this one. I feel like it doesn't get a lot of respect. I promise you though, when you try this, you're gonna be asking yourself, where was this my whole life? Now you know how to make these 4 Roman classic pasta dishes.
So yeah. And then you want to add tomato? What if you, again, same thing. Exact same process, right? So he grates his potato at the end. Let's go here. Does all the meat. What if you just add the tomato in there, right? Mix it up. Notice, remember, he didn't actually take the pork product out. You could just, because you're just throwing the tomato sauce over top anyways, right? So it's fine. And then just add the pasta sauce and you're good to go. And then from there, add the cheese the same way you would as if, you know, you were making any other videos that we looked at, any other pasta from the videos we looked at. Mix it up, mix it up. There you go. Pasta matriciana, right? And you're good to go. Put a little more cheese, put a little more black pepper on top. You don't gotta toll it up like this. Don't focus. This is his eating cutting board, not his chopping cutting board. I would never do
this. What you got
this.
here is basically a tomato sauce, basic tomato sauce infused with pork lard. That's giving it the flavor. Meat's giving it some texture. The cheese
they're not
is
cheap.
giving it saltiness along with the meat, and it's just really delicious. The noodles are a little past al dente because, you know, I'm shooting here, things get out of control sometimes. But the bucatini is a great noodle for this sauce. There's a documentary on Netflix called...
Yeah, that's pasta matriciana. And then to cover off the last one.
Easy. So then I'm gonna go in
So it whisks, so yeah, cheese and eggs. Remember that cheese process you did at the beginning? Well, you did that and just whisk that with some eggs, right?
my cheese. Bring this over to the heat. We're gonna set this over the pasta water at its just below boiling point. We're gonna whisk this over the heat and we're just gonna wait till this to sort of come up and thicken into a little bit of a sauce. If you wanna use a thermometer, you can. You can just kind of get it to around 160 degrees. Then I'm gonna take it off, cook my pasta. When the pasta is cooked to the package instructions, so whatever al dente is on the package, you can take it out and you throw it directly into this bowl. And you're gonna put this back over the pasta water.
Essentially, yeah. So he's like, he's just bringing this up to temp, right? He's not cooking this. He's just bringing it up to temperature. That's all he's doing. And then from there, put your pasta in that bowl. Bring that also just up to heat, not cooking, right? Just adding a little pancetta fat in there just to juice it up a little bit. And you're good to go, right? That's all it is. It's like they're all slight variations on each other, right? Just adding one extra little step here, one little extra. I didn't show out the part where he actually like browned all the pork fat beforehand. Where was that? But you can see it here, right? It's got it on. Oh gosh, yeah. Like he just did the exact same process with the pork over here, right? The only difference now, he's adding it all to this mixing bowl and you're holding that over the pasta water just to cook it, just to bring it up to temp, right? Because the pasta water is boiling, right? That's what's going to do the cooking for you. So you don't got to even hold this over the heat.
That's a beautiful.
And by the end, pasta carbonara, right? And that's kind of it. This is obviously the most complicated one of the most out of everything we look at today. But if you can master these 4 Roman pastas, I swear to God, like you can do anything, right? It's like you learn how to do this, you're good to go. You're good to go for everything else. I guarantee it. Anyways, I've talked a lot, didn't I? I have no idea how long I went for. It's my uptime. I literally just did a food stream. I didn't play 2 hours. What am I doing with my life? Good God. Not a food streamer. I have to recut this video. Shit. Apologies for anyone who was not actually interested in any of this. After I master carbonara, I'm going to make macarons. Yeah, why not? Why not? Parmered core. Gosh, that's not even what you... Is that what you said before, My Hero Zero? I think it was, right? I thought you said pasta in there somewhere. Oh, gosh. Parmered core. Shit. Anyways. Let me get a quick drink here. Tricky Banana, I've thought a lot about working at my local college. I'm not nearly experienced enough. So, long story short, my history. So, I worked in a lot of kitchens growing up. Notably, my uncle's Chinese food restaurant, which doesn't make pasta like this. I guarantee you this, right? But working in a Chinese restaurant for the majority of my youth, right, up until I was about 21 years old, I learned a lot, right? I learned a lot of dandan. Oh, Burmick. If we had the time, I have to play some video games today. I have to. My VOD audience is going to be so angry with all of this. I already know what my YouTube thumbnail is going to be, right? It's going to be a picture of a mech boss that I'm going to fight later. And I'm going to throw a giant plate of pasta in front of it. Very clearly. Have to? I could cut all of this out. Gundams can wait. Yeah, there's more important things in life than just Gundams. Pasta. How to enjoy life with, a little bit of cookery, right? Or at least that's a joy that I take. But yeah, so I used to work in a lot of Chinese restaurants in my history. In various family restaurants for many, many years until they closed down because they literally retired, right? And when they retired, I'm like, well, I'm not going to own this restaurant, so I got to find something else to do. And went to actual school and stuff after that. Have I thought about doing, like, chef training, blah, 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 blah? Yeah, sure. But it's also like, I spent so much time in the restaurant, I didn't feel the need to. So I was like, why bother? But it's also like, I at no point ever did I ever, was I a cook at any of those restaurants. I just learned a lot from the people around me, right? I was definitely working in the same environment as them, which... Restaurant work is hard. Fuck, I'm not talking about pasta anymore, but just coming off the end of it. Yeah, look, My Hero Zero. I think people know me by now that the chaos is high because I don't know how to not be distracted. It's just how I work, and I don't know how to shut up. So a combination of these two things. Talking about no, we're not talking about Dan noodles right now. Maybe another time. Maybe next time. Chicken banana. You raid me again? We'll talk about some Dan noodles. Or my favorite dish that I've seen Kenji make. Which are actually not the Dan noodles, but it's a garlic. It's like garlic. Oh, these garlic noodles that that he makes. Incredible stuff. Yeah, as it turns out, being multifaceted is kind of more fun, right? My Hero Zero, I get it. Some might say I multifaceted too much, but hey. Russ, I've got an idea for a thing. I theorized it with Chris. Does it have to do with pegging? Steely Dan is an incredible band. I don't remember. Yes, Stealth Focus, I am saying get good with your noodles. Have you thought about hitting the parry button when it comes to buying noodles that are too yellow? Steely Dan noodles? Fuck! My Hero Zero, you're on fire today. Absolutely on fire. Look, all I'm saying is, like, I think food is incredible. And I think Tricky Banana, that's why when I saw you mention that stuff about, you know, like, I kind of want to do more, right? It's like, I'm super excited for that. Because I think it's like, it's one of the, something that we do every day. You know, some people, you know, don't get me wrong, I know there's a lot of pressure around food sometimes, right? Whether it's like, what do you mean you put pineapple on your pizza? Like, get lost, right? Or like, some people hate the process of cooking because it's not even necessary because it's like, it seems hard. It's just like, they didn't grow up in a household where it was even affordable to do so. Or they grew up in a household where, like, you know, they just never learned, right? Which is fine. These are all legitimate reasons. Or like, in some cases, there's like actual phobia around it, right? Or like anxiety, like food anxiety, not even just like, you know, the process of cooking it for the reasons I just mentioned, right? There's like food anxiety when it comes to certain textures. There's food anxiety when it comes to wading into cultural places that aren't your own. There's anxiety around whether or not, like, those soft silky eggs, those Hong Kong style sandwiches showing off the other day, right? So if you're like very scared of foodborne illnesses, right? Like being scared of salmonella, it's very real. I don't pressure anyone for that, right? But then it becomes, okay, well then what do you do then? What? It's like, I don't see those as, like, you know, limits to the joy that you can still have with food for something that obviously everyone has to do, right? And yes, a lot of it, especially when you watch a lot of YouTube videos, right? And the way people talk about food, there's a lot of privilege associated with that, right? Like, not everyone can source, you know, ungrated pecorino cheese or Parmesan. Not everyone can get homemade mac and cheese. You only got Kraft Dinner. Some people can only afford, you know, the cheapest ramen that you can find. Some people have, you know, dietary needs, obviously, as well, right? Some people don't eat meat. Some people need gluten-free foods. The list goes forever, right? Like, it's about being able to take something that obviously your body still has to do, is eat and drink things, and being able to know, like, how can I still derive joy from this? And a lot of time, it's like, there's very little education for that at times. It's not just like, oh, you weren't raised right. I think that's the shittiest thing a person can say to someone, right? It's not fair. That's privilege, right? That is the ultimate in privilege for someone to say that. It's like, oh, you just weren't raised right, so you don't know how to cook. It's like, fuck you, right? I hate seeing that online. That's my least favorite thing to see people say to another. It's like, what's wrong with you? It's like, it's just mean, right? The real answer that it should be is like, what do you like? What do you want to do? Right? And, you know, having a culture that better understands how to like be accepting of that makes for a better culture, especially for something that is as important to culture as food. Right? I'm seeing a lot of talk here from Fonk. It's like, yeah, it's all absolutely relatable. The Focus says, personally, I was never taught to cook growing up because my future wife should do all the cooking for me. Yeah, like that sucks, right? That sucks. All those cool norms. Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of this came, here's some Russ lore for you. Here's some Russ lore for you. My joy of food was born out of my anxiety about being Chinese when I was younger, because my food was significantly different than the foods of my friends at school. Notably, when you bring a packed lunch to school, right? I've talked this in previous Discords about this as well. But it's like, I'd go to school, I literally had cooked ramen, right? Russ play Venba. How quick can Russ cry on stream is basically what that challenge is. Me bringing cooked ramen to school and getting made fun of for having cooked ramen. Like, I literally, my mom would boil, you know, some soup with ramen noodles, keep it in a nice, it was a nice like Super Mario 2 themed lunchbox with like a thermos. It's like a Mario 2 thermos. It was the coolest goddamn thing in the world. I wish I still had it. I don't know where it went. It makes me so sad, right? I just remember it's like the lunchbox was like bright red, as was the cap on the thermos, and then the design and the sticker on it was all like Super Mario 2 themed, right? Had, you know, Mario holding that big old radish in his hand as he's jumping, right? Great stuff. And yeah, I brought that to school. I was eating out of a thermos with some chopsticks alone, okay? And drinking the soup out of the thermos as I'm eating it. And getting made fun of at school for that, right? And people are looking at me like, why are you eating? What are you eating? And I was like, okay, well, it's like, they're just curious, so I'll tell them. And they're like, that's not how you eat that. I'm like, what are you talking about? And that's because they were eating Mr. Noodle's dry ramen. They call it, thanks. Did you know they call it Doki Doki Tins? Because they were eating their ramen from the ramen pack itself, just like, you know, popping the top, taking the seasoning packing out, ripping the top of that, sprinkling the MSG bouillon powder on top of the dry noodles, shaking that up and eating that as a snack. Which, fine, I'm not going to look down at that. Fine, just do that. I did that even as a kid sometimes. It tastes all right. I think it's me having all those dried noodles in your stomach. It makes you a little like, woof, laughter. But hey, you do what you want. But I got made fun of because I wasn't eating ramen the same way. I cooked it. Or my mom cooked it specifically. That sucks, right? Way to make me feel like an outsider with food that's like Asian in nature, right? Cool. That said, I think it's important to create better cultural understanding around that stuff, obviously, for obvious reasons. But that only comes with, you know, have a better understanding of food preparation, right? Regardless of where it comes from. I'm not speedrunning Venba. I'm not playing Venba on stream. I will be a sobbing mess. I will be. And yeah, like, obviously, again, but as we're all getting to, obviously, as my chat is alluding to, right? This comes to my cultural differences of growing up, right? And my ability to integrate into a culture that was not that of my parents, right? And I find a lot of that obviously hyper interesting, and it's very key to my growth as a child to adulthood, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's important to note that, like, when I think about the pasta that I learned how to make growing up, I'm tying it all back together. It was absolutely not using any of the techniques that we went over today, right? It was much, much simpler. It was the pasta that I had growing up, right? It was buying those jars of pre-made pasta sauce, right? Or sorry, boiling your pasta, and then in another pot, can of crushed tomatoes and a can of jarred pasta sauce. That's it. You know, and throw things into that sauce and then just cook it up and bring it up to temp. Whether it's veggies, whether it's, obviously I'm having some like ground pork or ground beef or whatever on the side, throwing that in, and then throwing those two things together at the end. Boom, you got spaghetti, right? Yeah, that's spaghetti for a lot of people. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously, right? But when you get people online or like people at school saying, that's not how you make that, I'm like, what do you mean? Why? Right? Why am I questioning it? Because I don't know the history of that pasta. Again, no disrespect to Italians, right? Which is fine. But it's like, why are they gatekeeping it like this? Right? So it's like, it's double-sided, right? It's like, am I gatekeeping ramen? Could I have been like, to all those kids when I was young, be like, you guys are eating wrong, screw you. Yes, that's exactly what I did. But I was a child. Or I'm like, no, it's like, if you want to eat like that, that's cool, but you can also make it like this. And then people being interested in that, being like, oh, that's why you're gatekeeping it, right? So by me having a better understanding of how to make Italian pasta that I've gone on this little adventure with myself over the past year or two, right? I can better understand why some Italian chefs are very particular about why something is called pasta alla gricia, why something is called pasta carbonara, right? Why is it that if I make carbonara with bacon, is it not real carbonara versus using the pork jowl that we talked about, like guanciale, right? And it's like, I can see why, because it's culturally important to them. But then it's also a matter of understanding that you can still evolve that into something else, as all food does, right? People say words like fusion, blah, blah, blah. But now we're going to start talking about food racism and blah, 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 which I'm not going to crack open right now. But yeah. All the cool kids at my school eating their ramen out of their sick as hell thermos, making fun of my Prego sauce spaghettini. Oh my god! Spaghetti sayonara is an incredible phrase to be shorthand for ramen. Holy Jesus. I might have to save that. That might be a... Oh. Do I use My Hero Zero's Armored Core, or do I call this Spaghetti Sayonara for my YouTube title? Jesus Christ, these are both really, really good. These are both really, really good. Anyways. That's my food talk. I think I've talked enough about this stuff. Long story short, do something nice for yourself. Right? If that includes also making food that makes you feel good, learning how to do it, discovering the joy of cooking, go for it. I support you, no matter what you go for. Oh my god, Armored Core 6, Fires of Spaghetti Sayonara. Why isn't Spaghetti Sayonara a real thing? Tricky Banana, did you just come up with that? I'm not saying you stole it, but I'm just like, that's like, that sounds like it should be a rom-com, right? Spaghetti Sayonara. That sounds like, you know, an Italian chef expat that lands in Japan. And cultural hijinks. But then is like, you know, opening up an Italian restaurant in the middle of Tokyo or something. Or vice versa, right? Vice versa. It could be like someone opening an udon shop in like central Italy. Macaroni? God, Jesus Christ. Macaroni is great fun. Everyone just... Everyone says, I thought of that because if I saw a spaghetti, it better stay away from me. Oh. Tricky Banana, next time we'll make some... We'll take a look at some dan dan noodles next time. And maybe some other kind of udon and fine nudes that you can get into. Not nude, sorry. I didn't mean those kind of noodles. I should say that in full. Apologies. Don't send nudes. No. Noodles. Better be thick like a bucatini is all I'm saying. No, don't. No angel hair pasta down here.
Hit it!
Yeah,
This is cocaine speaking.
I do love eggs. I do. Everyone knows this about me.
Fuck what you heard!
Yeah, you didn't hear any of this. Don't cut this, please. Anyways, moving on. Macaroni. Let's talk about some mechs, okay? I don't know how to make KD or the ratio. We'll go over this another time. Video games, huh? Y'all like these? I like video games. Sometimes. I talk about food a lot, apparently. For 2 fucking hours. Christ. Cripes. Del Focus, you want to know what I've played today so far? In Armored Core? You want to know what I did? I loaded up the game, did a single arena fight as a warm-up. That's it. And that's it. That's it. I blame Tricky Banana. Her wonderful raid and her wonderful audience came in. And we started talking about food. And, well, here we are. Thanks, Tricky Banana. You're the best. Big heart your way. Shout outs to Tricky Banana, please. I need to do this. Shout out. Tricky Banana. Oh, rude. There we go. Shout outs to Tricky Banana. Please give her a fine follow. Check out Tricky Banana's stream. She is indeed the master of point-click adventure games. Bar none. Never get stuck. Never lost. If I understand, she's very high chance of Tricky Banana about to play The Last Express, which is a game I have not played in so long. So long. I'm super excited to see her give it a shot. I want to give it a shot for myself even. It's been so long. The Last Express, I could do a whole another talk for an hour about The Last Express and how amazing that game is. A Jordan Mechner game. People don't know this. Jordan Mechner made The Last Express. The same person who started the original Prince of Persia. Okay? Jordan Mechner. Incredible video game designer. Incredible. Okay? Tricky Banana, have I asked you this before? Have you ever played Inscription? I can't remember if you ever mentioned Inscription to me. If you did, it might have been very early on when I was first getting to know you. Ever heard of this Inscription game? It's like a card game. Nope, I feel like Inscription would be extremely up your alley. Like it's also it's not a point and click game. It's definitely a card game, but there's no like time pressure on any of it in a way, right? So it's like you can definitely, much like Turn the Oberdin, Oh, you haven't played it yet? Ooh. I know, isn't I think Warcry Mango, I think was starting to play it, if I'm not mistaken. I could have swore I saw Warcry Mango like start a stream playing Inscription. Very, very excited. I did say overdid. These are all video games. We're talking about video games now, not pasta, not spaghetti. Yes, Warcry Mango is playing Inscription. Okay, yeah. Ooh. Trick a Banana. It's like, if you get a chance, I highly recommend Inscription. I think it'd be highly up your angle. Woo. Hey, let's play some of these aforementioned video games, shall we? How am I gonna cut this video? My God, I have to put like I have to edit like a giant disclaimer or something on it. Hey, look, it's a mech. That's a Gundam. Oh, I gotta turn the jazz music off. Oh no, it's on. It's fine. Oh, you beat Golden Idol? That's right, you did beat Golden Idol last week, Paul. That's right. But yes, please do go check out Trick a Banana's stream. Amazing, fun streamer. Awesome little dog, Genji. Genji! Look, if you have a Shiba Inu, I think you're already incredible. That's what I'm already gonna be like, tell me more. Oh, look at that little guy. Little Genji. It's great. Anyways. Mechs. You ever heard of these things? I love them. Let's do a mission. No, I don't remember how to play it because I'm too mech-pilled right now. Or, I mean, pasta-pilled. Nope. See, I don't even know what menus I'm in right now. Okay, arena, yeah. Let's do this fight, okay? Let's do this really quick. Let's put a shotgun on. Let's fight Rusty. This will be a good fight. Time for a Shiba Gundam? Oh my God. Trick a Banana, there's absolutely...
Main system activating combat mode.
Hold on. Trick a Banana. I can't help it. I'm so bad at this. Why am I so bad at this? This whole streaming thing. There's this game called Bloodstained. Okay. Where is the character? I'm looking for it. Hachi! We're still on topic. So it's a mech, right? That's a mech. That's a mech that looks like a train, right? What if I told you, Tricky Banana? Hachiko? Oh. Nope. Nope, that's a bad photo. Give me a better one. Come on. What if I told you a dog is driving this mech? There's the actual art for it. That's just a dog in a mech. What the dog goes in the mech and it drives the mech. Dog? Yes. I don't think it's a Shiba Inu. I think it might be a different one. It's a Welsh Corgi. I apologize. But it could be a Shiba Inu. Why not? Gross Imon's like, excuse me? A dog will not drive a mech. This dog can drive a mech. Okay? Hachi will drive this mech. Look at this little guy! This was the original design for Hachi, which is funny. It's like, what if it wasn't a mech, but it was like a ghost spirit armor thing for this lady inside? Whoops. Also, they thought about, hey, what if we turn this little guy into a dog? Oh, could. Or you can just make a mech that looks like a train and put a dog inside of it. I think that's better, in my opinion. Are they playable in Curse of Moon Toon? Yes, they are. You can play as such dog mech. And they're great. They do like a big butt stomp. They got like a charge attack because, of course, it's a train. Right? Yes. Yes, Delphogus. Federal government, give me $125 million to sign funding to build a dog mecha. Why not? Why not? Why not? It's like, oh, this is... whatever. Where's this little history thing? I think I can pull this up. Oh, that's too hard to read. Can't read that. Long story short, that's fun. That's just fun art. That's fun. Sure. Everyone's riding the mech, because why not? Anyways. Video games. I could volunteer a pretty smart dog for the fair price of $5 million a year. Hey, look, it'll be in Canadian, so it'll be worth maybe like, I don't know, 3 million American or something like that. Just ask for them, you know. Get that converted before it hits your bank account, right? We're gonna get killed so fast by Rusty here. Okay, relax, relax. And you can dodge too, so can I. Oh my god, he's so fast. He's so fast! Ugh. Get out of here, Rusty. There we go, there we go. Oh god, he's too quick.
50%.
Oh, crap. Come on, come on. Short. Oh no!
30%. Light shoulder ammunition.
Come on, come on.
50%.
I gotta land this punch. I gotta land these punches. He's so fast. How is he so fast? There we go. That's a punch. Just getting that stun. Give me that stun. There we go. Yeah! Woo!
Target destroyed. Concluding
Spicy.
evaluation. Well done.
I didn't think I was going to win that. Brought it back. We're good. We're back, baby. We're back. Video games are back. Mechs are back. I mean, mechs were always here. Pasta took over. Get a little more of this coffee. It's so cold, though. All right. Let's play some goddamn video games. Let's beat up this guy. Oh, I guess I have to infiltrate the base and all that fun stuff too, right? Should I keep the shotgun? I don't know if I have enough ammo for this. The range on it is bad for dealing with most things. I don't know, I got my punch. First thing it says, Pod Bunker is swingy gameplay. There's always a chance, yeah. Clearly. I was actually very scared doing that, like, charge up hit, but I'm like, I have to nail this. If I don't get this now, I'm gonna lose anyways, right? Like, one more hit would have toasted me, so. Got lucky. Got a little bit lucky. Let's keep the shotgun. Let's see what happens.
I'll cut to the chase. This is about the ice worm. That Institute relic you had a run-in with.
Oh, right, the worm. I forgot about the
Corpse
worm.
might stand a chance if it were just the PCA they were teaming up against. But that monster is a whole other story. You can't just throw bodies at it. The thing that makes it such a pain in the ass is its perpetual reactive shield.
Okay.
Coral tech. Takes advantage of the coral's directivity.
They've never really
Ordinary
explained what
weapons can't touch
coral
it.
tech is yet, right?
So let's get extraordinary. I can make you something that'll punch a hole in that shield. But I'll need your help.
Just a big laser? Is that what
You'll be
Senator
heading to
Carlos
Grid
going to give us?
012, one of the first sectors they built, and it's barely holding up.
Okay.
That's where a little rat who betrayed RAD is hiding out.
Coral tech. We're just gonna like sink to the
Goes
worm?
by
Is
the
that what
name
you're
of
saying,
Honest
Belfocus?
His AC Milktooth was
Just gonna,
built
like,
by us, so it's only
give some
flawed
nice,
that it's
you know,
piloted by him.
Gregorian chant?
When he ran from RAD,
To, like,
he
calm
didn't
the
just take
worm,
credits
right?
and tech. He also
that
took
what we're
a
doing?
secret project of mine. And that secret project is what we'll need to bust
What's
open
that?
the ice worm shield.
What's the name of that? I'm sure you know this, Delfocus. Maybe you do too, Fomp. What's that one Gregorian chant album that, like, took the world by storm in, like, the 90s? All I remember is, like, the cover of that album looks like... I'm not going to switch off to this for Firefox and look it up. Because I've been delayed way too much already. But it's like... All I remember is this album art that had, like, a bunch of, like, monk-looking dudes in brown robes, like, with hoods. And they're, like, just, like, very solemnly... like looking like this with their head down. Chant, that's it. Of course, it's just called chant. Of course. Of course. Of course. What else would it be? And it's
You
like
ready
some
for this, tourist?
it's like some Enya shit, right? It might as well, it's like Enya for dudes.
No one's gonna miss Root. And we all stand to gain.
With the Benedictine monks of whatever from Spain. Yeah. Gregorian, that's all I know. Sure. Sure.
Main system activating combat mode.
Alright. Let's play some video games, shall
All
we?
right, tourist. I'll tell you where to go.
Okay.
Welcome, tourist. It's a delight to enjoy the company of a visitor from so far away.
Root. We're here to take back what you stole from us.
Oh,
hello.
You're a friend
Now,
of
see, I wish I had a better gun than this. That's really far away.
Any friend of Carlos is a friend of mine. Here's to new beginnings. By all
Not hitting that.
means, be my guest.
See what I mean, tourist? We need to go.
I need my other gun. There's no way I'm hitting these small little targets from that far away. Let's try that again. Let's come back here. This guy. Get back into this really quick. Nope.
You ready for the?
People talking about different chant and throat singing now in my chat.
All right, tourist. I'll tell you where to go.
Welcome, tourist. It's a delight to enjoy the company of a visitor from so far away.
There we go. That's much better.
We're here to take back what you stole from us.
Oh, heavens. You're a friend of Carlos. Splendid. Any friend of Carlos is a friend of mine. Here's to new beginnings. By all means, be my guest.
See what I
Oh,
mean,
God, come on.
tourist? We need to go deep down.
There we go.
That damn freak's using my toys like they were his.
All good. It's all good. What is this? Oh, that looks bad. Blech. Doesn't actually dirty me up, but that looks like bad juice. drink some? I don't know. Look at it's this stench up here that's coming out of it that's making me like, I don't think you want to drink that. That seems bad. I bet you could emulsify a pasta real good with it. I'm not gonna say it'll taste good though. That's not stink. That's Chris's Brita filter. Ugh. Where are we going? Where are we going? That's a lot of lasers. I guess let's try to get in there, I guess, right?
Make sure you keep clear of the laser sensors. They're set to activate the enemy machines.
Yeah, no kidding.
A new friend from afar, just for me. What joy.
Should I still like go down there and blow these guys up or what? I could probably like, shoot these guys, right? Oh boy, I shouldn't have waited in here. Hold on. Ooh, okay, yep. Okay, alright, relax. Ah, God.
50%.
Damn it. Alright, we're doing okay. Hello. Yeah, Fonk, I did see that. The model kits for the ACs. I think I saw My Hero Zero talking about it. Looks pretty good. I think Balaam's generator suggests they're all using internal combustion engine, says Grossman. Yeah, that sounds about right. They're all chunking and chugging in the way an engine would, right? Is there a guy up here I missed? Really high up. Be on the other side? Oh, there we are. Alright. Clear that platform off. I don't even know if I need to kill all these things. Probably don't. Oh boy. Yee.
One repair kit remaining.
I did not mean to do that. Crap. That's fine. This looks like a fine area to have a boss fight.
I'm waiting for you, friend.
Oh, hello.
I do hope I'll keep up, but the anticipation is part of the fun.
Load, reload.
Mission at 50%. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Can I kill you? Here's this big one. Those missiles, right? Gosh, I'm not getting hidden. Just give him a little punch. There we go.
Slow. Quick, slow. Slow.
What is he doing?
Quick, slow.
Just reciting a little poetry or what?
I know, Milktooth. I can't wait either.
He seems rather strange.
A little bit.
Light and ammunition at 30%.
I like how these things aren't exactly like awake, yet I'm like standing right next to them and I can still blow them up. Like I feel like I'm gonna like run into them later or something. Oh, I gotta go over there. Okay. Is there something over here? Hold on, hold on.
Light shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Yeah. Oh, hello. I don't know what that is, but we got something. This is a classic go to a place, fight a guy, armor core. Yeah, but I got secrets out here. I'm curious if I missed anything else. Doesn't seem like there's anything else over here. I think I've probably gotten what I need to get, right? I don't know if we can go up that high. Nope. It's too high. Here we go. Anything up here? This game's got a lot of neat secrets, but gosh, these areas are so giant. Like I could be checking all these nooks and crannies too, right? We're just gonna hit the scan and hope for the best, I guess, right? But then again, it's like, what am I missing down here?
I hate to see my babies get scrapped like
Oh
this.
god.
Well, don't be shy. Smash them up. They'll help me with my R&D.
Hello. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
There's your way in. Route can't be far.
You should keep an eye out for traps. They'll be much more dangerous in tight quarters.
Get. Those missiles were chasing me. Alright, here we go. Wait, one up here? Oh god, hello! Another guy down there. It's not like a secret entrance down here, I assume. No, probably not. Gosh, there's a lot of them, huh? Hold on, hold on. Make our way up. There we go. Great. Alright, let's do this for real.
I've done my best to welcome you. I do hope you'll enjoy your stay here, Red. Right-hand ammunition at 10%.
Bring out a gun. Jesus. Whew. That all of them? I think that's all of them. Bad cook. What's a bad cook? I mean, I know what a bad cook is, but I mean, what's it in this game? Yeah, my heroes are, we can't do it. We don't have time. there's no time for this.
Jump down there and we've got him cornered. Don't forget, the guy's a rat. This won't be smooth sailing.
I beat him up in the arena. It'll be fine. Whether or not I got all the hidden items or not, we'll see, right?
Is this place some kind of hangar? The target AC must be nearby.
There's that big gun.
Ah, my new friend. You're here at last.
Hey, okay.
Oh, Carla, you've introduced me to such wonderful people.
Oh my God, get down from there.
Shut up, tourist.
The sweet melody of the generator. How Milktooth's heart sings.
I need to get him on even ground.
Tourist. Don't underestimate it.
Right, there you go.
Light shoulder ammunition at 10%. AP at 50%.
Oh, get stuck behind something.
Right-hand ammunition, light shoulder ammunition.
Oh, we're out of gun.
AP at
We're out of half our missiles too. Because I didn't find a reload of some sort.
no repair kits remaining. Left
Shit.
shoulder ammunition at
Can't see
50%.
too much fire. Oh gosh.
AP at 50%.
That's a miss. Oh gosh.
AP at 30%.
Nope.
That was your last stand.
I knew that was going to be a problem. We just don't have the ammo for it, right?
Jump down there and we've got him
I mean, we got ammo now, but
Don't forget, the guy's a rat. This
I
won't
saw
be
that
smooth
coming.
sailing.
unless, like, I don't know if there's like a there's like an ammo resupply checkpoint that I just missed or something? It's possible.
Hangar? The target AC must be nearby.
There's no ammo resupply? Damn. Yeah.
Ah, my new friend. You're here at last. Fruits! Ah, Carla. You've introduced me to such wonderful people. Wonderful things.
Oh, Jesus, I ran right into that.
The sweet melody of the generator. How Milk's heart sings.
Built that AC at RAD tourist. Don't underestimate it.
Ugh.
50%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Oh god, I just dashed right to that chainsaw.
How Milktooth weeps. How the rail cannon weeps. Torn from their mother. Oh, they must miss Carla so. I weep too.
Without encouraging.
AP at 50%.
Barely dodged that.
AP at 30%.
Yeah, I know.
Slow. Slow. Quick, slow.
Come on, give me the sun. Give me the stun.
Slow. Slow. Quick, slow. Let's trip the light, fantastic friend.
There it is.
AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining.
Relax. He was trickier here than he was in the arena fight. I'll tell you that much.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 30%. AP at 50%.
Oh, get out of there.
My friend, this is a gift. Thank you.
Okay.
Enemy
Okay.
AC is silent.
That's being
Looks
kind
like
of
he's
weird.
dead. Good. All right, tourist. I'll see about retrieving our secret project.
Can't believe
We'll need it
Milktooth
to
read
go
Terry
worm
Pratchett.
hunting.
That's really. That's. I think maybe like 5 people are gonna get that joke. Double kids. Generally speaking, arenas are easier than the actual pilot. Okay, I did not think it'd be that cut and dry, but sure. Ooh, a new booster. Oh, Fonk said, "Trip the light, fantastic," which his name was. Okay, I'm not the biggest Terry Pratchett guy in the world, but like, I played that Discworld, point and click adventure, which is pretty okay. Discworld is fun. It had Eric Idle in it, right? Oh, that's the bad cook. I'm guessing this is a flamethrower, right? Ooh, plasma thrower. Okay. I doubt we got everything in that mission, but that's okay.
One new message.
Alright. Procol Harum? That's a Robin Trower album. That's as much as I know
Thanks
about
for
that.
putting down Brute. The chief's already in the workshop tweaking the rail cannon. And I've never seen her happier to be at work. That is all. Later, tourist.
This AI is really into Cinder Carla, isn't he? I'm gonna say just that read was a little like, oh, I'm so happy for Cinder Carla. I mean, she made him, so she's his mama, yeah. Let's see. Stun bomb launcher. What's this? Oh, okay. An electric version of the baton almost, I guess, right? Oh, that's neat. She's a mom. Yeah. I mean, to robots, she makes all those fun little robots and stuff, right? So, again, the Pinocchio allegory here. Cinder Carla is Geppetto, is what we're saying. It seems. Bad cook. Yeah, that's just a flamethrower. Straight up. Still curious about these. I don't think the ammo on them is great though, right? It's expensive. Total rounds, 228. I'm guessing that's per. That's fine. New Gat. Oh, right. I forgot. Shoulder mounted Gatling cannon. I thought we got like a new missile launcher or something, didn't we? Or is that just in our inventory already? Maybe it is, right? Yeah, there it is. Plasma thrower. Plasma mine launcher developed by All Mind. All Mind? It's for all mercenaries, right? Alright, Fonk. It's all good. Have a good night. Get some rest. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Oh, it's this thing! Well, that's neat. I was wondering how this thing worked. Wait, I need to see from start again because I'm assuming, yeah, so it's an attack and a charge. It looks like a whip, but it's plasma mines where you whoop them around and thrust them out, I guess. Okay, so that's a normal attack. That's a charge attack, I guess. Or probably hitting twice. There's the charge attack. Oh, that's neat. You can see the little mines like scatter those little purpley sparks, right? That's neat. That's like not slow either, but there's no boost on it. And that puts you in... I'm going to guess that makes you sit in place, right? So mobility might be an issue here. Let's try it out. Let's go up against our favorite not so good fighter.
Welcome to the Arena Combat.
Unless you're using
Altitude
quad
Evaluation
legs.
Program.
Good point, Grossimian. Good point. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
Main system activating combat mode.
Wow, that's fast! That's seriously fast. Decent range too, you're right. And I could have done it multiple times. Up to 2 times, it seems, right? Let's see what the charge is like. Oh no, you can move while you're charging. Okay. I can still... Wow, you can hold it through a boost? Can I still shoot? Yeah, I can still shoot everything else. Oh no, sorry. I think it's recharging the spin. Okay, that's... But there is a minimal range that you have to keep them at, it seems, if they move out of it, right? So you do ideally want to do this when they're standing still. That is harder to hit than the slow one. That's interesting. That's a really
Target
interesting...
destroyed.
Those short attacks are much more
Concluding
interesting than the
evaluation.
charge.
Well done.
Charge it, boost, and immediate release. Forget it. I forget if it's... It didn't seem fully charged. I need to do that again, because I want to see how long I have to hold on to it for it to release. Because what it seemed like I was doing, I don't know if you noticed, this is just my interpretation. I need to try it again. What it felt like I was doing was I'd be charging it, I'd boost, but then he'd restart whipping it out again. So I don't know if there's a minimum there. Charge it, boost, and immediate release. No. Right, but it's an obvious difference if you get all the mines post-boost. Interesting. So there's like less mines if I hold on to it for a shorter time, is what you're saying?
Aptitude evaluation program.
Main system activating combat mode.
That was pretty wide, and I didn't hold on to that for very long. That seems the same. That seems the same. It didn't seem like more by holding on for longer. Like, getting it to hit is the hard part because it requires a very stationary target, right? Let me get him into ACS stun. Yeah, relax. Gosh, I didn't get him in time. I tried to get him down. Come on, I'll bait the chainsaw again. Yeah, do your chainsaw. Do your chainsaw. That was too close. Yeah, he just moves in on it, right? This is not a shield, though. This does not block anything. Oh, it does! What? That did not hit. That's interesting. The swing will deflect kinetic weapons, but not explosive or energy. That's interesting. I just whipped them out of that attack he just tried to hit me with the chainsaw. This doesn't hit, does it? No. Ow.
50%.
That's interesting. So when I did that whip thing, it did actually hit him a little bit. Didn't seem to do that much damage, though. Like, obviously, like, single hits still seems like the primary way to do single hit damage. But if I was going after, like, multiple targets, I could definitely see, obviously, the benefit of doing the charge attack, right? Like, this does not seem like the ideal way to punish. But it seems like the way to tag a guy for sure, like that.
Target destroyed.
I can do the blocking stuff on
Concluding evaluation.
non-energy stuff.
Well done.
And not explosives. That's cool. Try it with quads? Okay. I'll try that. Or just throw those boosty and boosted tank treads I don't love much, I was gonna say. I don't think I own. Yeah, just buy these. If I'm not mistaken, the set is like really melee focused. Am I not wrong on that? A little bit. Okay. But we'll buy it. Let's buy it. I don't know if I'll use all of the parts, but you know, whatever. We'll buy them. Anything else here interesting I should be looking at? No. Okay. It's not going to put me overweight, will it? fine. I don't need to care about being too fast for now. It's kind of like hit stun if we think about fighting terms, or whiff stun. Yeah. Like, I was trying to use my pile bunker like that. Like, obviously there's a benefit because it's got the boost in. But with this, I can at least maintain some range, which is cool too, right? To like punish a whiff. But it's obviously I can't do the big charge fuck you hit, right? It's more like just like pop, 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 pop. I feel like that should have hit. That's interesting. That does okay damage. It's not bad, right? It's not fuck you damage, but the fact I can use this with like just using it way faster, right, is like a benefit on its own. That double tap seems pretty strong, yeah. Like even that first hit does like a decent chunk, right? Let me check the numbers on that again.
Well done.
That feels good, at least against this very easy target, right? Which is why I'm doing it for testing purposes. But I'm gonna try it again, but against Rusty. I don't know if I need these legs. If I was doing more like moving around, then these legs will probably be much more useful, right? To do, oh sorry, moving around to do the charge attack, which seems a little hard to do. Oops. 1380, 18. So that's a little less than a hit from a laser sword, a single hit. God, what's the math on 265 times 6? Oh gosh, where's my mouse? There it is. 265 times 6. It's 1590, but that's not going to happen all on a single target because of the way the mines splay out, right? The pulse sword won't stagger on that uncharged attack. That's a good point. It's just straight damage. Yeah, I didn't look at the impact. The impact is better on the laser sword, though. Sorry, Grossimian, what are you talking about? Are you talking about something else, or am I missing the point? Oh, the hammer. You mean the pile bunker is what you mean? To cause much more of the impact stagger, right? Because yeah, like this charge attack is just not meant for that kind of utility. I feel like a charge attack is purely only for doing fighting groups of like basic mobs and enemies. It's not meant for like dueling, but using the single attack is. Impact versus ACS stagger the meter, but there are like hard landings and hard impact staggers. A close range. Okay. Yeah, the animation stagger, like taking him out of like someone coming at me with like a melee attack, or like even doing like a kick or something, right? That's what you're talking about. And if a sword won't cause that, but this plasma thrower will, is what we're saying. Hey, Red Nuclear MC, how's it going? The hammer is so BS. Are you saying because of that? Yep. Okay. That's a good point. Just by like doing like a single kind of like whip it out there, it'll like literally stop an enemy in his tracks from coming at me with whatever it's trying to follow up on, right? So it's like, kind of like a good like oh shit attack in that way to like really put a pause on an enemy. That's interesting. I'm just worried about my overall DPS with that weapon. think I still want to... I don't want to use these legs because it's just not quite... It's a little too weak on the AP, in my opinion, compared to like the MECHA alphas that I was using, obviously. But like... I don't know how much I'll be using that charge attack, right? The only melee weapon that can go through that stagger are the chainsaw and the laser slicer due to the weak shielding effect. Okay. Hamburgers do give 380 hover speed hover. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about hover speed. I didn't think about that. That's a really good point. But again, the only reason I'm going to be using those Lammerburgers is because... Or Lammergeyers? I'm not saying that. I said burgers. I'm like, Lammerburgers. No, Lammergeyer. Lammergeyer. The only reason I'm using these Lammergeyers is so I can get past the charges having to stop in place to whip it out. I can see the benefit, but I'm only doing that against weaker enemies, right? I don't want to be using that attack against something that is like highly mobile target or a boss encounter necessarily. That would seem like it'd be a great build for fighting off like huge mobs for sure. But knowing the kind of fights I know I will typically run into. Yeah, it's my AC. Yeah. I'm just trying to like weigh the pros and cons or when I would use it, right? Obviously, this is a little more well-rounded. I do like this weapon, though. This weapon is sick as hell. Yeah, it's all good. No, I fully appreciate all the advice y'all are giving. It's always, like, super, super welcome. So, you know, spoiler-free, but at the same time, like, the technical stuff I love diving deep into, right? So, I'm just trying to think in my head of, like, oh, when would I use this? When would I use this? It's like, then it's like almost like prep for me, right? So it's like when I run into a situation down the road, I'd be like, oh yes, this is happening. Let's go get that equipment out, right? Okay. Let's try this build again. Let's change the shotgun. Sorry, I need to double check. What's the weight? Okay, the sword is a lot lighter. Oh no, just a little bit. Just a little bit. 400 pounds. Okay. Much lighter than the pile bunker, obviously. But we're not going for knockout power, right? We're going for, like, sustained burst damage, right? This is something called the bomb thrower. A pretty good oh shit buns. Bomb thrower? Okay. I don't have that yet. I don't think, but... Oh, yeah, one thing I don't know if they told you. The second swing is slightly shorter. Oh, like, shorter in range? Is that what you're saying, Red Nuclear? Okay. That's still under 100 meters. That's okay. I can deal with that. The range on this is so tricky because it's complete lateral, right? I kind of wish it was like more I kind of wish that spread was more like had like depth on it too. Like it's cool that it's as wide it is. But yeah, like again, like that's why I'm only considering this for like enemy mobs, but it might have more utility if the arc on it was more angled towards you, right? Rather than perfectly flat and horizontal in front. Like just add more like depth to it, right? That'll at least have like a little more, I don't know, I guess a little more variability to make it easier to hit at least one. Because at no point are you going to ever hit with all 5 anyways, right? Because it just does that plasma burst. So, yeah, just the usability of it would have better use cases. Again, I wouldn't use it in a dual situation, but the single hits or the single kind of whips for sure. It'd be better to make it behave like the explosive thrower, yeah. So you're talking about don't think I bought it. Like this guy, right? So it wouldn't be raining down from above, I guess, right? Oh, not this? This one? Like that? I guess that's pretty horizontal. It's melee, you don't have it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably haven't progressed the game enough. Got it. Got it. I'm gonna try this build one more time. We're gonna do it against Rusty, who's obviously a lot faster. I think I can handle the weight load of putting the shotgun back on, right? Because it's lighter, with the lighter in the pile bunker, right? Still under 73. Yep. Okay, we're good. I can put this back on because we're a little bit lighter, which is interesting. And that'll still keep us under 73,800. Get a little bit, just a little bit more energy, right? I'm also assuming with this energy whip, does that also mean it will matter in terms of what generator you use because it's an energy weapon, technically speaking? Will that matter? Nope. No? Okay. I won't worry about that then. I didn't know if it would do the same thing, like if like your energy weapons, depending on which generator you have, like it'll like do more. It'll use this energy firearm spec or not. Don't think the melee weapons scale with energy, just melee. Okay. Got it. So it's arms at that point. What arms am I using again? I forgot. It's for mezzas? Okay, yeah, they're pretty well balanced. That's fine. I still like using my guns. I don't need to use which one is like pure melee? Yeah, these guys. Although, no, this firearm specialty that'd be a significantly different build at that point, right? If I did that, I'd meet the weight spec. These are better. These all mind ones. A little too heavy though. And for that little bit of boost, I don't think so. Yeah, close range doesn't quite matter. Yeah, we'll stick with the Firmezzas. Alright, let's try old Rusty. Most important part with Basher Arms is using them with a broken late game FCS. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program, number 9.
Alright, Rusty, let's go.
Main system activating combat mode.
I know you're back there. It's a little too far away. Nope, I didn't mean to press that. That was too early. It's okay. Got him. Ooh. There we go. Oh, that feels good. That feels great. I'm not gonna lie. Oh shit. Too close to these posts. Oh, Rusty, what's wrong? You're standing there, buddy. Okay. I don't know. Hold on.
Target destroyed.
Hold on.
Evaluation. Well done.
I don't know if Rusty was on his game than that one. Rusty stood there for an awful long time, not even in ACS stun, and did nothing to move out of the way. What? Do I have to give Rusty a mulligan on this one? Hold on. That is sick though, I'm not gonna lie. Hammer is absolutely sick. Let's give Rusty the benefit of the doubt. I believe in Rusty. I think Rusty can do better. Rusty should do better. Oh, shoot, I lost my lock. Come on, Rusty. What are you doing, Rusty? Come on.
Target destroyed.
Here's the thing that's actually surprising me the most, right?
Well done.
Here's what's surprising me the most about this hammer. You get that first hit. You get that first hit, which is quick as hell, right? Like, no, I'm not talking shit to Rusty, okay? As a fellow Russ, adjacent Rusty, I can relate. We're just using different builds. It's all right. Rusty's got a hell of a melee weapon too, which I'm curious about. Which the twirlies that he does, it seems really cool too, which I'm hoping I get to unlock down the road. But what I'm saying is, if I'm in range and I get that first hit, that second hit is guaranteed. Like, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but if I land that first hit, is that second hit always guaranteed as long as they're within range? Because that's absolutely killer, in my opinion. Absolutely killer. Marwin says, also, hello Maron. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I just did another 10 episodes in Gundam. Events in space is getting exciting. I believe you're starting to see the grander war at hand, which is very cool. Very cool. Very, very awesome. Has Wing Zero appeared yet, Marwan? Or has that duel that I mentioned between Zex and Hero happened yet? I don't remember how far in that is. But it's like, that sounds like it should have happened by now for you, right? I think. Also, corrections. No, just Hero getting to the moon? Okay. Also, correction. I think last time I mistakenly said Trez's last name was Peacecraft and that he's Relena's sister. I screwed that up. That's not true at all. It's like Trez's last name is like Kushreda or something like this. Not related to Relena at all, right? I forgot Relena is actually, what I meant to say was Relena was related to Zex, of course, right? Kushkrena, yeah, it's got a funny spelling on it, so. Kushranda, I'd have to pull it up, but I'm not gonna pull it up because I'm way too, Marwan, you missed me talking about pasta for like 2 hours straight, so like, don't worry about it. Corsimi says, if it's in that shorter range, almost always, yeah, that mini stagger is really, really good. Okay, good to know. One thing I actually didn't notice what I was doing, can I shoot my shotgun at the same time as getting those hits? I don't think I could, right? But it's like, it seemed like I'd get enough stun on that, so. Do I know Joe Pera? That name sounds really familiar. I don't know why. Isn't it like a comedian named that or something? You were so right to talk about Tallgeese the other day. Yeah, Tallgeese is so good. Tallgeese is cool as hell. Joe Pera talk you to sleep. that's me. Hey, that's me. You're talking about me, basically. I think it's part of Secret Melee ACS Stagger extension. Okay. I'm going to keep this build around. I think it's really good. I'm even going to save it. This hammer weapon is silly. Doesn't have the satisfying knockout blow that obviously the PAL bunker has, but it's pretty goddamn good. Pretty goddamn good. I have my burst. I think I have my burst. No, I have my shotgun on right now. Let's change that. Shotgun's just for dueling, right? Not saying the burst rifle is bad. It's just different tools, right? There we go. That one. I don't need a fast mode. We'll get around to that eventually. You should do RJ Lee talking about pasta with the same voice from Cooking Machine to Cooking Machine? Mara, and I don't know what that is. Cooking Machine? Is that like a Joe Pera thing, or are you talking about something else? Although you should note that my chat has been coming up with mech and pasta puns all day as a result, which Macaroni from Funk Uncle earlier on, I think is an excellent one. I also very much enjoyed Parmered Core thanks to My Hero Zero. Del Focus, what was the one that you mentioned? I apologize, I've already forgotten. Oh, rice cooker. Yes, I talked a lot about a rice cooker. You're right. Oh man, you don't know? Yeah, I lost it. I'll see it in the archive. During video editing, I'll get there. Anubis. There's a lot of Y's on there. Thank you for joining. First time chatter. Name is RJ, not playing reverse joints. I want a refund. Look. I was all about them chicken legs earlier on, Anubis. Extreme spaghetti sayonara. That one is tricky bananas. Incredible. Spaghetti. Incredible. Here's your $0 back. Anubis, I was all about these. What was it? No, not those. These cacio joints for the longest time. Oh, they're so good. They're so good. So fast. Those jumps. I tried using these spring chicken legs for a little bit, but it's like the weight is not really doing it for me. They're a little too heavy, right? And like, as much as I like the boost of it, right? I feel like I do need a little more of that survivability out of like these Mind Alpha legs. Like the balance of these legs to like how fast I can still get them relatively is still working for me, right? If I definitely needed something faster, I would definitely change it up. But I see you, fellow reverse joint leg user. I see you. There will be a time where I will probably need them in the future. So, anyways, okay, I saved that thing. I think we're good. Let's do another mission, shall we? Defend the old spaceport. I feel like I'm going to be dealing with a lot more enemies on this one. The spring chicken are good for scaling weight with kick damage. Yeah, here's the other thing too. It's like, yeah, I keep forgetting the kick depends on how heavy your mech is, right? That's why, like, I think, Gross Simeon, were you saying earlier? It's like, that's why so many people like doing the kick with like tank tread builds because they're ultra heavy, right?
Got a job for you, 621.
That sounds about right.
We've received a request from the Archibus group.
I keep forgetting to use the kick. That's my problem.
Raven, this request comes from our
This is my first time playing the
Schneider.
game, so apologize. My skills may not be fully there, but if I can remember to do that kick more, I'd be loading up a little more too.
We've received intel that a stranded PCA fleet is planning to retake the base.
Get some water.
Your objective is to intercept the PCA and defend the spaceport. We've deployed an MT squad to support you. Use them as you see fit.
I'm gonna say I got maybe like another half hour in me.
That concludes the briefing. Good luck.
Let's let's see where we're at the end of this mission. We'll see where we're at. We'll call it there probably. I was not paying attention. Just stop the PCA, right? 30 more minutes, then we no, dull focus. No. I have to wait till Tricky Banana's back. I have to save that for her. It's like the Dan Dan noodles can wait. I can't make half my stream just about food. I mean, I could. What's stopping me? I can't, but I...
Commence mission. Wait, something's not right, 621.
Oh, you don't say?
The battle's over already.
Find out what's going on.
Okay. Have to look out for anything hidden. I'm sure there is one. No, I'll get it after. This looks like I'm about to fight a boss. Oh, that looks like a boss.
Do you read me, Raven?
That guy's got a pile bunker like I used to have.
I've identified the target. That's the mercenary who took your name.
Wait, what? That's Raven? That guy looks like me.
How far they can fly.
Oh, it's doing the visor thing. That's cool from the trailer. That's sick. Look, I love a good mirror match. That guy is literally using the build I used to build. Songbirds and all. I kind of wish I had my shotgun. I'm not gonna lie.
We're not here to take back the Raven name. However,
Just wants blood.
let's see if you could do it justice.
Looks like we found your license's original owner.
Can get a stun. Oh God. Okay, hold on. Nope, he's too far away. Shit. Oh, what? How'd that miss? Just out of range for my first one. I got like knockback on it. Ooh boy.
Never spread your wings. At least not yet.
Okay. Come on, get the charge back. Nope. Oh, come on. Yeah. Hold on. I'm healing. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, I know. Oh, God damn it. This guy has so much health. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Ooh, Jesus, 19 health left. Okay. Nah.
It seems our gig isn't over yet, Raven.
God damn it. Wow, okay. I was absolutely not doing enough damage on that guy. Let's go back to the drawing board, shall we? They have heals like me. That's why I thought, I was like, why do they have so much health? What is going on? Look. I like this new weapon. Don't get me wrong. What if I hit them so hard they didn't heal? What if, right? What if I didn't let them heal? What if I just gave them the big pow? Wow. Russ turning back to the old me. Yeah. Right? Just like that sage advice, Panthera. That sage advice was so good. I saved that as a PNG. I was going to put that like in my OBS layout and then point to it every time I needed it. Right? But I just didn't have the time to set it up last night after Rocksmith and all that stuff. I was too tired. I had other stuff I wanted to take care of, right? What if, okay? What if we just consider hitting them harder? You know? Instead of getting hit so much this entire time, what if we just didn't get hit and we just hit them harder? Sounds like good strategy to me. Just saying. Simple. Easy game for babies, right? We know this. Just hurt better. You know? Easy.
The PCA are going to be fighting to win.
Just why would I give them the chance? If you're getting steamrolled, have you considered what you're getting hit by and not getting hit by it? Or adversely,
Wait, something's not right, 621.
have you considered when you're hitting them a little bit harder?
Find out what's going on.
I think it's good advice. I think it's great advice, even. The best offense is just have a better offense. Yeah, thank you, My Hero Zero. You understand me.
That is
We're already doing so much better with this shotgun. Not gonna lie, shotgun is very good. Oh god, I screw up my button presses. That's fine. I mess that up. Let's try it again. I screwed that up. I got a little too antsy on my button presses.
Commence mission.
I shouldn't have been boosting around so much. So it's like cancel, cancel, cancel every time.
Over already.
I should have just like stopped hitting the boost button, just walked in, quite literally, right? Like the idea is, I want to be able to get them on. Gosh, just hit me with all those missiles.
Augmented human C4621. We're not here to take back the Raven name.
Okay, hold on.
However, we'll see if you can do it justice.
More batch of missiles should do it. There we go. Well, we ate a little bit too, that's alright. Yeah, of course it's gonna heal.
Are you a corporate pawn or a handler's hound? Either way, spread your wings.
Oh, a little too quick, a little too quick. Again, I should be going for normal hits. Not just the big knockout, right? There we go. There we go. That's big. Oh god. So I knew that songbird was coming.
A Raven is a symbol of resolve. The will to choose what one fights for.
Oh, come on. Ending my boost. Yeah. Oh god, he's got a power bunker too! Shit! He's using my strategy. God damn it. It's a bit of a struggle when they have the same strategy as you, which is, what if I just hit you harder? So I'm like, damn it. Alright, let's try it again.
The battle's over already.
It's like, who can land the knockout hit here, right?
Find out what's going on.
Not getting my bell rung. I thought that was going okay. I just screwed up at one part.
Augmented human C4621. We're not here to take back the Raven name. However, we'll see if you can do it justice.
Oh, Jesus.
Looks like we found your license's original
Oh, damn it.
owner. Time to send 621.
AP at 50%.
I'm not doing great in this fight either, to be fair. Come on. Nope, I meant to cancel that. Oh, Jesus.
AP at 30%.
This is tough.
That pilot just wiped out a piece.
Are you a corporate pawn or a handler's hound? Either way, never spread your wings. At least not yet.
Ooh, get in there. Nah. It's too far away. Oh, gosh.
30%. No repair kits remaining.
I know.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Didn't mean to hit that.
A Raven is a symbol of resolve. The will to choose what one fights for.
Just focus on the fight, 621.
Oh, my God.
30%. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
It's not looking good, folks. Ah, I dodged right into it.
Wings.
Here's what I want to know. Is this Raven always built this way? Or are they... like... is it literally meant to be like a mirror match where it's like, hey, we're taking a build you used to do? It always is the same? I'm curious.
System activating combat
That'd be
mode.
neat if it like stripped just like, no, he's built just like you. Oh, this is the Cannon Raven? Okay.
Something's not right, 621.
I think that'd be neat if they literally like turned a mirror match, or like whatever you come in with, they also have the exact same build, like exact same mech. That'd be neat.
Battle's over already.
Find out what's going on.
All right, let's try this again. I don't. I'm like, do I get the song words out? I'm like, no. Oh, then I have good news about Eldering. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Great, my Hero Zero. Great.
Augmented human C4621. We're not here to take back the Raven name. However, we will see if you can do it justice.
Looks like we found your license's original owner.
Oh, Jesus!
Time close in 621.
I just when I thought I got him, he got me.
AP at 30%.
Oh, come on. I was trying to hit the dodge button.
Are you a corporate pawn or a handless hound? Either way, there must spread your wings. At least
Oh my god, we're getting chewed up.
No repair kits remaining.
Yeah, I know, I know.
AP at 50%.
God.
At 30%.
God damn it. Man! Raging Snapper says,
Activating
are you both using Pie Bugger? Also, hello Raging Snapper. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well.
Mission.
Yes, we both are. Look, I know maybe I'd stand a better chance if I pulled the hammer out. If I pull the hammer out and I can stop them from doing these POW bunkers on me, that's probably a better strategy over time. Just let them do their heals, right? I want to win. I want to win this. I want to win this just by hitting them harder than me. We'll see.
Find out
We'll
what's
see.
going on.
I think I can get this. I can get this. I was doing a lot better before. These past couple runs have not been nearly successful. Oh my gosh.
C4621. We're not here to take back the Raven name. However, we will see if you can do it justice.
Looks like we found your license's original owner.
Nope.
Time close
Oh
in
gosh.
621.
2 repair kits remaining.
Are you a corporate pawn or a handless hound? Either way, there
Oof.
must spread your wings. At least not yet.
AP at 50%.
Oh god.
That pilot just wiped out a PCA squad. Stay sharp, 621.
There we go. Oh, he healed, you son of a bitch. Oh, he was so close. I had him down to like a hair.
No repair kits remaining.
Just have to do it again. Oh god, I used my public and then he used a charged one on me.
At 30%.
No interrupt, huh? Oh, how'd that miss? Come on.
Right shoulder ignition at 50%.
God. Yeah.
Cannot fly on borrowed wings.
God damn. I thought I had him.
Over yet.
I thought I had him. It was like, I don't know if you saw how much health he had left after I got him with the big boom. It was like, oh, it's just a smidge. And like, I was trying to like hit my shotgun on it, but
Mission.
all right.
Wait, something's not right, 621.
The battle's
Try it again.
over already.
Find out what's going on.
Okay.
That AC did all this.
Oh god. Lock on. It's not going. Come on. There we go. How'd I miss?
See if you could do it justice.
Looks like we found your license's original owner. Tie up the loose end, 61.
Oh, so close. So close.
Just focus on the fight, 61.
Yeah, I am. Oh no.
50%.
Come on. Give me the ACS stun. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh god, just barely. Shit.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Yes, Raven, I feel it too. This mercenary has potential.
Shit. I hit the boost by accident. Nah, damn it.
At 30%.
That plan just wiped out.
Oh, god damn it.
Stay sharp, 61.
AP at 30%.
Almost got him. Come on. Okay, got one. There's a small one. That's alright. I don't... Maybe he doesn't have any more heals left, it seems. Oh no! Oh, the pulse! Shit, you're right. Fuck. Oh, you're so right, Radio Star. I forgot I had my expansions. Why didn't I use my expansions? I always forget about them. And you're right, yeah. It's like the songbirds I have to be more mindful of, for sure. It's like Ganj would be upset. Yes, Ganj would be. Shit.
Commence mission. Wait, something's not right.
I should have popped it, you're right. As soon as I got him down to that sliver, I should have popped the pulse.
Find out what's going on.
And then just tried to go in for the finish. This is good though. This is good. This is good.
That ain't seen through all this.
Protected human C-461. We're not here to take back the Raven name. However,
I knew that was gonna happen. Oh no, he's gonna hit me! Oh god!
We found your license's original owner.
I went for just a single hit and he just nailed me with that. Oh. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright.
are you a corporate or a handless hound? Either way, never spread your wings.
Oh, come on.
At least not yet.
One repair kit remaining.
Oh, I hit dodge. Come on.
No repair kit.
This is not going nearly as well. Get out of there. Get it. I got out of there. Come on.
A Raven is a symbol of resolve. Well, to choose what one fights for.
Just focus on the fight, 621.
AP at 50%.
Ooh.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
shit.
Flight and ammunition at 50%.
Oh no! Ran out of ACS. Dang it. Dang it.
Main system
I
activating.
used up too many of my repair kits early on because I missed some critical dodges.
Wait,
Damn.
something's not right, 621.
Battle's over already.
Find out what's going on.
Okay, okay, okay. Alright, okay, okay.
AC, do all this.
Rented human C461. We're not here to take back the raid.
Oh,
We will see if you can.
it's fine. It's just a kick into ACS. It wasn't a big punch.
Looks like we found your license's original owner. Tie up the loose end, 621.
Almost got him. Yeah! Fuck you, dude!
Raven, we can still.
That's it, buddy. You did a great job. It's showtime.
We'll watch this one. Let go on a raven's wings.
Oh, that felt good. That felt good. That felt alright.
Hit it.
Yep.
It's what you hearing, listen. It's what you hearing, listen.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. I didn't even use a single repair kit. First ACS done. That's all it took. Just that bop. Right? I need to watch that on replay because holy shit. That was silly. The strategy works. What if you just hit them harder? Right? I mean, they were using the exact same strategy on me. But what if I said, I'm just going to hit you harder? Undefeated. Sage advice. Except all those other times where, you know, I was still considering, what if I just hit them harder? But eventually it did work. It did work. Being a toxic mecha gamer continues to be the way forward.
No new messages.
How does the old Raven feel about that?
I've looked into the other Raven,
Oh.
the independent mercenary who attacked you.
Okay.
It turns out that Raven isn't an individual call sign.
I've played other Armored Core
It's a
games.
title, passed down generations of
Yeah.
mercenaries who champion the free will Raven stands for.
I think it's really cool that they continue that,
They choose what to fight for, and
that
take
they
to the
continue that
skies in
lore.
flight.
That's really cool.
If that's what being
Like,
a
all the way
Raven
from, like, the
means,
first game, if I'm not mistaken.
then that's the name I want to keep calling you. Raven.
Yeah, how did you do it, Raging Snapper? Also, they're like, I'm still going to call you Raven, even though you're not the real Raven. But, you know, it's like, I guess technically I'm like the punished snake in this situation, right? Death second, if not first. Yeah. Triple miniguns and a flamethrower. That's a strategy too, Raging Snapper. It's just like, put me in debt. How did... So let me guess. Tank treads, I'm guessing, right? Maybe? Or hover tetrapods, Raging Snapper? Double minigun on the shoulder, minigun in hand, and then flamethrower in the other? Oh, just straight up, just normal bipedal? Oh, tetras? Okay, tetras, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, sure, why not? If it works, right? Everything is viable in a way, right? It's not... it's not like, you know, it's not a hard, like, rock, paper, scissors. Even I know that. Made like 9K? Yeah. I made a lot of money off that last one. I think I didn't use that much ammo, right? Because I just got him in one, so, let's call the show there, shall we? I think that's pretty good for today. But I do want to throw this decal on. I like that Raven album. Where is it? There it is. It's like Punish Snake versus Solid Snake, right? So let's throw that one on. And do I not have it on the frame? No, I do have it on the frame. Wait, where do I go? Decals. Right, I only put it on the core. I've earned this title. So I feel like I could put it on my mech now, right? Are we still air trusters? Gosh, that's a really good question. I didn't get a whole lot of air lore today. Let's just say pasta lore took up most of today's stream. And that and like one other fight, top fighting Raven. So as far as I'm concerned for now, I still trust air. For now. For now. For now. Okay. Back to the full cam. I trust pasta. My Hero Zero, that's a good call. That's a good call. I trust in pasta. I trust in carbs. Maybe a little too much. You know. My body weight definitely agrees with that. Do you think Air knows how to make pasta alla Grisha? You know, that's a great question. Remember that one scene with all like the coral out in the air and it's all like hazy and it's like, oh, it's beautiful. That kind of looks like, you know, kind of looks like pasta. Kind of. It definitely looks like an emulsification, right? Don't let it break. Trust in pasta. Trust in pasta. Oh, Jesus Christ, Ganj. Ganj with the big brain. Every time. Every time. That's why I love them. You know who I trust? I trust in y'all. Y'all would never lead me astray. You know, how do the kids do it? I think they do this, right? Never lied. Not once, Dull Focus. Not once. Banter is like dangerous. Y'all would never lead me astray. It was a great time for me to do promo because we met our bonus stream goal. And now I have to play Pac-Man 2. Never lead me astray. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much for all the subs the other day, of course, and the donations. You know, big ones by Retro Chris and I0 in the past, right? Obviously, Fonk with a big 10 gift subs yesterday as well as My Hero Zero with the gift subs. Really pushing that number to 52. Fuck, Pac-Man Zero. Jesus. Jesus. It's the honor and privilege to reevaluate Pac-Man 2. Look, I said I'd play some Pac-Man 2. I didn't say I was going to finish Pac-Man 2. I'll play some. Okay? It's always play some. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Retro Chris, I don't know if you're still there or not. There you are. If you're just lurking in the background, all good. I'm going to play Retro Chris's request tomorrow. So for Let's Rank almost every SNES game. Sometimes Pac-Man 2 finishes with you. I thought I was finished with Pac-Man 2, and Pac-Man 2 said, no, 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 no. Rise from your grave, Pac-Man. But tomorrow, I'm going to keep it a secret, so only me and Retro Chris know what game it'll be tomorrow. But Fight Timber will be on pause until I can get that game out of the way. Although, Funk went to bed, but did ask me yesterday in Discord, said, hey, like, I gave enough gift subs. Does that also include for Super Nintendo? And I was like, yes, absolutely it does. Would love to play Fonk a SNES game as well. So whether or not Fonk redeems it tomorrow or not, it's up to them. Absolutely freely able to do so. And then Fight Timber will continue play some fighting games. Maybe even put them on a wheel. We'll see. We'll see how much time we have. All right, y'all. Thank you all so much. Of course, I got to do the rest of the promo. You're watching us on the VOD. Hi, VOD. How's it going? Love the way you work. If you're watching this on youtube.com/@RJLee, as is where all these episodes get archived after a day or so after they go live. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff that all the YouTubers say. But of course, please do come check us out live sometime. You can do so at twitch.tv/RJLee. Of course, you come over here, you can give me a follow. That's free. Just as free as it is to like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff that makes all of us content creators feel good in our tum-tums. But of course, if you'd like to support this show financially, support me, you know, help me get groceries at least or something. It's like you can always come over here, pass me a fine subscription for a couple bucks a month or whatever it might be in your local currency. You know, obviously contributes to the bonus stream goals, which I'm going to say, like, any subs that happen now, even though I haven't reset the goal ticker yet, will contribute towards it. I haven't even decided what it might be. Maybe it'll be more Pac-Man 2. We'll see how that goes. Next week, I'm aiming to do those bonus or start those bonus streams, but stay tuned for news on when that'll happen. But of course, there's also the bonus stream of the playlist LP where I compile a curated playlist of 1 to 2 hours worth of music, and then I perform it with my bass over Rocksmith for like fun little covers. I'll do that with a nice, interesting theme over. I just bumped the crap out of my desk. Hopefully that didn't go over too loud. Of course, there's also the tip and donation goal, which I appreciate. Thank you so much. Tip and donation goal is obviously below in the description, the About Me section. Any of those fine dollars go towards my little goal of helping me get a 5-string bass, which I'm hoping to expand the kinds of music I can play for folks in those Rocksmith streams. Of course, join us tomorrow for Let's Rank almost every Super Nintendo game. If you'd like to see what other games I've played, you can do so over here at tinyurl.com/SNES ranking. You can see this fine curated list of way too many, but not nearly enough. 129 Super Nintendo games we've got so far, with Pac-Man 2 sitting at the very bottom, as it always does. Son of a bitch. But the crowd loves seeing it. They love seeing me suffer, so we're gonna do it. I'm gonna solve Pac-Man 2. You hear me? Pac-Man 2? I'm coming for you. That rhymes.
Fuck what you heard!
I didn't mean there for big bars, but here we are. Anyways, stay tuned for Let's Rank almost every SNES game tomorrow. We will continue with more Armored Core 6. Maybe a little more pasta. We'll see if Tricky Banana raids me again. I'm almost like, if Tricky Banana raids, I have to talk about pasta now, I guess. Can't help myself. We'll play more Armored Core on Friday. Until then, I'm going to cut to my end card and we'll end the show, and then we'll find someone to raid after this. All right? Thank you all again. Thank you so much. Obviously, I'm super thankful when anyone comes to hang out, and obviously, let alone financially contribute. You know, whether it's a sub, whether it's a Prime sub, whether it's a tip or donation, even just showing up and following, like, warms me in the cockles of my heart, just to say, like, hey, cool, someone wants to come check out this wacky show of me talking about food things for way too long. And video games. Sometimes we play video games, and sometimes we get very toxic about them because we're just joking. We're just joking. Everyone relax at home, especially on the VOD. Just relax. I did get some dislikes, obviously, for saying Bubblegun Baltius builds. Is that loser behavior in my title or something like that, whatever I named it? Look, just joking. We're just big jokes around here, okay? We're just, all builds are equally viable. I understand this, okay? But the bid is, I won today. I won big today against that other Raven. So, sage advice. See y'all around. Have a good one.